One of the greatest forms of support we got last year at the West Virginia POWER Grantees Summit.
The West Virginia Community Development Hub is proud to present the 2020 West Virginia POWER Grantees Summit. Thank you for joining us.
Any organization really needs someone waking up every single day thinking about how to move the project forward.
And I think that gave us a really strong foundation.
We're excited to bring you this year's event featuring regional and national speakers who represent a diversity of roles in West Virginia ARC POWER projects.
Best advice I would give is start now.
ARC also wants to see stories, its ability to communicate successes.
Together, let's celebrate the impact of these projects while learning strategies and best practices to successfully administer federally funded community and economic development programs.
Economic development for a local community, POWER will look at those kind of projects and go, oh, this sounds fun.
Welcome to the 2020 West Virginia POWER Grantees Summit, starting now.
Good morning and welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Stephanie Tyree, Executive Director of the West Virginia Community Development Hub. I'm so happy to welcome you all to the 2020 West Virginia POWER Summit, an annual event that the Hub hosts with the Appalachian Regional Commission, or ARC, and the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation to support and celebrate the economic and community development leadership and innovation in West Virginia that's supported by the ARC's POWER initiative. I'll be your virtual MC for the day, popping in and out throughout the event to keep us moving and on time. So you'll see a lot of me. Today will be a jam-packed event of recorded and live content that we have brought together to provide information and resources to current POWER grantees, to celebrate 2020 awardees, and to prepare new potential projects and partnerships for application for 2021 POWER funding. If you're here today hoping to apply for 2021 funding, make sure to stay through the afternoon when our two panels will focus specifically on this topic. We have over 25 speakers, 5 panels, and about a dozen recorded interviews for our event today. This entire event will be recorded and shared out with the registration list afterwards. So if you can't stay for the whole day, you can check out the event later as well. Please make sure to use the chat throughout today's event to submit comments and questions. If you have direct questions during the event or for a panel, we'll follow up after the event. Just make sure that we can see your name along with your question so we know who to contact. Now, before we dive into the first session, I'm going to give a short orientation to the POWER initiative and its impact on West Virginia. The purpose of the ARC POWER program is to support regional partnership-based economic development projects to drive forward diversification and innovation in the Appalachian region. Launched in 2015, the program has had multiple funding cycles and now is structured to receive new applications once a year for a competitive funding process. These applications are typically received in March. Since 2015, ARC has invested over $238 million in 293 projects across the entire Appalachian region, bringing resources and project activities to 353 coal-impacted communities. In West Virginia alone, the agency's program has provided over $49 million to 64 projects that have touched every county in the state. The Hub is invested in the ARC POWER program because we see it as a significant federal investment in community and economic development in our state and an incredible resource that we all should make use of. As you can see from this map, much of the state has been served by multiple projects, including 41 counties that have had 10 or more projects in the past 5 years, and a significant concentration of projects in the southern coalfield counties. We'll hear more during the panels about the types of projects and work that has been supported by this program. But for now, we're going to move on to opening remarks from our two federal senators, Senator Shelley Moore Capito and Senator Joe Manchin. I'll turn it over to them.
Hi, everyone. Well, 2020 really highlighted the digital divide in this country. Whether you're working from home or have kids that are learning from home, or maybe you've experienced a telehealth appointment, this pandemic really underscored the need for reliable and affordable connectivity. Expanding broadband infrastructure is something I've been working on since I was first elected to the Senate. That's one of the first things I did in the Senate was to launch my Capito Connect initiative. The bottom line is that broadband build-out is slower and more expensive than we'd like because of our state's topography. But despite this challenge, we are making progress. The ARC has been a tremendous partner in helping bridge that gap. I've personally hosted ARC Federal Co-Chairman Tim Thomas in West Virginia several times, and he knows firsthand the challenges that we face. Today, I'd just like to encourage you to continue applying for these federal grants and see these projects through. This administration has really prioritized rural broadband, and my office is here to help you. I've said time and time again, if we can communicate with men on the moon and maybe a woman someday, we can get broadband in these hills and hollows. So thank you for all you do, and congratulations on your success so far.
Hello, I'm Senator Joe Manchin, and it is an honor to welcome the grant recipients and teams working on Appalachian Regional Commission POWER projects in the Mountain State. We know here in West Virginia that when we work together, we can overcome any obstacle to move our state and nation forward. We've seen these efforts thrive even among the unprecedented challenges that we've seen this year. One of the key ways that we meet these challenges is by setting our priorities based on our values. Knowing how much we love our great state and the small towns and communities that made us who we are. I'm proud to join you in taking the opportunity to look back at all the progress that has been made and to aspire to an even brighter future for our fellow West Virginians. This summit is an important opportunity for each of you to connect with your colleagues across our state and learn ways to deepen the impact of your work, all while promoting and celebrating the innovative community and economic development that happens in our home state as a result of investments through the ARC POWER program. We truly have much to celebrate with the dedication we've seen from those who are leading the way in economic development in our communities. And I appreciate the efforts of all who made this year's virtual summit possible. Your work provides an empowering opportunity to countless West Virginians, and it is a tremendous benefit to our entire state. So thank all of you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thanks so much to both of our senators for their support of our event today and their continued leadership of our state in their important roles. Those were great videos. As you are working on your current projects, and especially if you're putting together plans for a 2021 application, be proactive in engaging both of their offices to talk to them about your projects and gain their support. Their support is a critical element for any successful POWER application, and their staff are great resources as you're putting together your projects. Now I'm going to move us forward into our formal program. The structure for today will be a series of panels that will be started with a recorded interview by a featured speaker. After each panel, we'll have short videos of a compilation of interviews of current grantees sharing information and guidance based on their experience. Thanks again to all of you who participated in these videos. Our first featured speaker today is Jen Simon, Program Manager in the Division of Business and Workforce Investment at the ARC. Jen is going to give some framing about the ARC's priorities and interests and how the ARC has seen grantees adapt to the COVID pandemic this year. I'll turn it over to her now.
I'm Jennifer Simon. I am the ARC Program Manager for Business Development. ARC is an interesting partnership between state, local, and federal, made up of 13 states of the Appalachian region, all of their governors. And then the other half is our federal co-chairman, who is appointed by the president. We work in 5 different goal areas around health and education and entrepreneurship and infrastructure, are responsive to community and economic development needs across the 13 states. Actually, I've been working with ARC on and off in different capacities for probably 25 years by now. I love it because I get to talk to so many people. I get to work with the states that I love. A lot of my family is actually from West Virginia. We have successful POWER project started this past year called Opportunity Alabama. And the project is actually meant to help communities be able to use the Opportunity Zones program to attract private investment to projects that mean the most to them. It's meant to be a longer term project, and this group, Opportunity Alabama, has pivoted from a year-long or multi-year technical assistance program for communities to a shortened 4 to 6 month accelerator. They call it a rural accelerator, so that communities can get moving more quickly on their projects. So we've seen projects speed up what they've been doing. We've also seen people just change their entire method of service delivery from in-person classes to virtual. And that's not unusual, right? Where we adapt in that way, and we've been adapting in that way. Looking for new audiences and new venues, we've seen those types of pivots, and people have been successful in those. The resiliency amazes me of what they're able to come up with. A lot of the challenges that we have heard are around budgets and budget shortfalls and fiscal challenges, and a lot of those are immediate. Some of the grantees and some of the nonprofit organizations that we work with have gone after the different federal funding opportunities, so the payroll protection program funds, the different disaster loan funds that are out there for short-term solutions. Others are suffering from not being able to hold their fundraisers, their usual fundraisers. Those are two big ones from a financial standpoint. Service delivery is a second set of issues. If you have clients that you are supposed to be seeing on a regular basis, and you can't have face-to-face interactions, our grantees have really had to think through. It requires an element of flexibility on their part and on the part of ARC, and we're definitely willing to meet grantees where they are in terms of helping them address those challenges. On the short term, I would say stay on top of assessing the COVID situation in your community. So look locally, look statewide. ARC has a number of tools on our website, arc.gov, where you can go in, and we have mapping software that allows you to put different layers in and look at COVID as it relates to other factors in your community. We have some tools that give you a perspective on healthcare facilities and what's available. I challenge the leaders of the POWER grants to set aside time with your team and talk about sustainability at every chance that you get. Pull out your plan that you gave to us and gave to ARC when you applied, and dust that off and look at it with a new set of eyes, and also be realistic about it. Look at the expenses. For those of you that work with businesses as part of your POWER grant, you're telling those businesses all the time to put together a pro forma of expenses and revenues. And so organizationally, we encourage people to make sure that they're doing the same thing and being on top of your finances as part of a sustainability plan. It is so important for ARC to hear the positive stories that are happening in the region, because they are out there. Something that might seem small is big to someone else in another community. It's making sure that we get those stories, because we have a pretty big audience to tell. We want to be the microphone about all that is good and why Appalachia is the place for more investment. Having those stories is critical for that. It's really hard right now. We're all struggling. And the silver lining in all of this can be the new ways that we are working with one another.
Thanks to Jen for her support of this event and taking the time to do that interview with us. Now I'd like to welcome the moderator and panelists for our first panel, titled Resiliency and COVID Adaptations by West Virginia POWER Grantees. Our moderator is Ralph Goolsby, who also serves as a contracted coach for the Hub's Power Support Program and is available to provide responsive support to any current grantee who is facing challenges or wants help thinking through strategies with their projects. I'd also like to welcome the four panelists, Spencer, Jeff, Christy, and April, to turn on their cameras. Just as a reminder to Ralph, I'll be back on here at 2 minutes before the end of your panel to make sure you all wrap up on time. And now I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, everyone. And it's great to be part of this annual gathering, and I want to say thank you to the Hub and all the folks at the Hub for putting this piece together. It is very interesting to be part of this process, and all of the folks involved, many thanks to you. We have an exciting panel today. Many times in our lives, we're always prepared for things. Annually, the state probably prepares for snow issues. We've had derechos, we've had all sorts of other natural disasters, but never have any of us faced what we faced in 2020. So today, our panel is going to spend a few minutes to talk about some topics that have been impactful to their organizations, to their projects, as well as the opportunities that came out of this. So I'm excited to have Jeff Lusk, April Koenig, Spencer Moss, and Christy Bailey with us today. And what I'd like to do is just start off with Jeff and then followed by April, Spencer, and Christy to do a brief introduction about your organization and your location and what you're involved in with your power project. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Ralph, and good morning to everyone. As Ralph said, I'm Jeffrey Lusk. I'm the Executive Director of the Hatfield-McCoy Regional Recreation Authority. We're a trail authority that manages over 700 miles of trail in southern West Virginia for ATVs, UTVs, and off-road motorcycles. We were blessed in 2016 to be an Appalachian POWER grant recipient. We received a $1.3 million POWER grant, which we put $600,000 in for a $2 million project. Our project was the Southern West Virginia Tourism and Entrepreneurship Development Project. And I'm happy to say we had a tremendous amount of partners. Our grant had Southern West Virginia Community College, 6 convention and visitors bureaus as partners. We had 10 private business partners. Plus we had 2 state trail authorities, one in Virginia and one in Kentucky, that partnered on our grant. And our grant was to develop entrepreneurship, to expand tourism in Southern West Virginia. And it's been very successful. And we appreciate the opportunity this morning to talk about our grant and what happened as we went through this pandemic.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, April, are you there?
I'm here.
Well, we seem to be having a little difficulty with April. Why don't we move on and let's see if we can get back to April here in a few minutes. Spencer, are you available now?
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Ralph. Good morning, everybody. I'm Spencer Moss. I'm the Executive Director of the West Virginia Food and Farm Coalition. We received a POWER grant I think we're technically a 2018 grantee. It didn't start till 2019. So things that I have to keep straight in my head. But our grant, it's about 25 letters or words long, but essentially we call it geographic food system or food shed work. And so we took 17 West Virginia counties and we broke them into 5 food sheds, and we placed a human resource whom we call food shed coordinators in each of those food sheds. So each coordinator has 3 to 4 counties apiece, and their role is vast. So they've been building relationships. They've been doing sort of comprehensive food shed development planning, and now we're trying to be in a project phase. COVID has made that very challenging, which we'll get into here in a minute. But the idea is that we're doing economic development projects around agriculture in these communities, and so that's the skinny of the project. But that's what we've been up to.
Thank you. And good morning, Christy. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you this morning?
I'm great. Good to see you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for having us. I'm Christy Bailey, Executive Director of the National Coal Heritage Area Authority. And our office is based in Oak Hill, West Virginia, but we work in 13 southern counties doing historic preservation and heritage tourism development. Our POWER project was technical assistance to develop an access plan for the Tug Fork River, which is kind of the first step in moving towards developing the Tug Fork as a water trail. So we're trying to create some kind of a linear community there. So we did have problems trying to keep people connected during COVID. We'll talk about more of that later, but we were able to finish our project with some adaptations at the end, but have been able to complete it. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I remind our panelists that when you are not speaking, to please be sure to keep your microphones muted. it helps a lot. Okay, we're going to start out our questions with starting with Jeff. Jeff, this is a question that that comes to mind during this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, did your organization have a resiliency plan? And if so, how close did you stick to it during this process?
Well, Ralph, sadly, we did not have a resiliency plan. And I don't think there was any set of circumstances where we ever envisioned a total shutdown of our trail system. So in Southern West Virginia, we had dealt with derechos and floods. So we understood about shutdowns in certain areas or even a small region or a small part of our trail system. But the idea that our entire system would be shut down is never anything we envisioned. And sadly, it's never anything we worked on leading up to this. So it really caught us off guard. So we were shut down for 62 days initially. During that 62 days, we developed the plan to reopen, which is something we'll be able to use in the future, which is that resiliency plan. And with us, it's very complicated. Our project is a very large project. Our footprint is 9 Southern West Virginia counties. We have partners. We have 112 vendors that sell permits. We've got 65 lodging providers. And in a given year, we bring in 56,000 riders to Southern West Virginia. And on top of that, we had all of our grant funders like ARC, whom we had to work with because the shutdown really changed how our grant would work. So in our instance, our grant was focused around building entrepreneurship, new businesses opening up, creating jobs, creating new businesses. And we had to change that focus with ARC to one in trying to preserve and save those businesses all around the trail system that had already opened up. They were suffering from our shutdown. So that was a big shift for us. But in our resiliency plan, we actually developed what I consider long-term changes in how we do business. I think that we will continue a lot of those into the future. We had to figure out things from teleworking with our employees to how do we do business with folks without any interaction to how do we work with our funders, which I can't say enough about our funders. All of our funders were very understanding and work with us to change our grants and to make the necessary adjustments. And all of our funders, at least as we were developing this plan, were reaching out to us saying, and especially ARC saying, tell us what you need. Tell us what you need to change. How can we help you? We know this is changing your grant. And that was great. But it's something that I recommend every organization go through, whether you were shut down or not. We never envisioned a full shutdown. As we were given 62 days to develop it, it really helped us on our reopening to have that little break to develop a plan that, so when we reopened, we knew how we were going to get permits to vendors because we didn't have a route salesman anymore, how we were going to communicate to 56,000 riders about the pandemic and the safety that they should take while they're in our area. How do we communicate to our lodging providers who rely on us to bring them customers, and our funders, how we communicated with our funders. And I'm happy to say every grant we had from every state and federal agency amended that grant or changed that grant to accommodate us to operate during this pandemic. And ARC was one of the first ones to reach out to us. So we didn't have a resiliency plan. We were lucky to have 2 months of shutdown to develop that plan. Not lucky we were shut down, but we did develop one. And it's one that we'll rely on going in the future, not for hopefully never a total shutdown, but as we would even shut down an individual trail system, we'll be able to revisit that and run those operations. And many of the changes we've made are permanent changes, and we won't go back to doing business like we were before, especially with some of our employees being able to work from home. I'm not sure we'll bring them back in the office. So.
Thank you, Jeff. That's very, very informative. April, are you with us yet? Okay, we're going to move to Spencer, and then we'll try to come back to April. Spencer, what's different about your organization? Example, structurally, operationally, mission-wise today that was not 2019.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. So I'll talk about it in terms of mission and then operations, and specifically how that applies to our ARC grant. So mission-wise, the organization for the last 4 years or so has had the ability to marry food access and food security, programming, funding, and policy work with local agriculture. And we've I don't want to say played around, we've piloted things, we've experimented with things, and we've had good results, right? But it's this idea that we're taking and we're trying to grab federal, state, and philanthropic dollars, put it into low-income communities, help those folks become customers of local agricultural product, because fundamentally the organization believes that income, access to transportation, or geography shouldn't preclude anyone in this state from accessing the products that are grown in this state. And turning these folks into customers for the local agriculture sector. And we've had some, I'll call them moderate successes in the past, but I'll get into this more sort of in the next round of questions. But wow is what I will say this year. The sheer amount of amazing data and success that we're seeing in the model of grabbing state, federal, and philanthropic dollars, funneling them to low-income consumers and putting that back out into the agriculture community has been absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. So I feel like it's really helped to prove a theory that we and our partners have been playing with for a few years. Absolutely incredible. And it's also done a lot to build community and build collaboration among folks. And I'll get into that a little bit more in the next round of questions. But then shifting to talk about operations, we work with farmers and they are not necessarily connected to computers like I am, for example. And so to really work with those guys, our strategy is to show up again and again and again on farm, at the market, at the community meeting, at the town hall. That's our model. And so when we grounded our staff for 3 or 4 months, it was really challenging for those guys. You know, our staff was feeling disconnected from the community of folks that they have been working with for quite a period of time. And we pushed digital and all of these pieces. And I think folks our food and farm community is sort of acclimating to that now. And our staff has gotten more efficient at utilizing technology to communicate with folks. And we've also sort of opened it up to let people travel a little bit to try to make those connections again that are really important. But what I will say in terms of the digital piece, one of the projects that we do is craft tours, Collaborative Regional Alliance for Farmer Training. We've done them ad hoc across the state for a few years now. And this year we were going to do 25, 5 in each of our 5 food shed communities. And these are on-farm tours and workshops that end in a potluck. So peer-to-peer learning, potluck, or community building, collaboration building. And that's sort of the model of craft tours. Obviously, we couldn't do those this year, so we transitioned to filming the tours, editing them, and doing a live Zoom Q&A. And it's interesting, the feedback coming from our producers. They're super flattered that we would take time to come and shoot a video on their farm and put this beautiful, beautiful piece together for them and with them. And then to get to do a live Q&A and not just connect with folks in their food shed, which was sort of, you know, the initial design of those 5 tours per food shed, was to really connect producers, build relationships, get them working together. And so they've, you know, that didn't happen, but they've been able to reach so many more people. And anecdotally, the networking and sort of the projects that are starting to come from that are blowing my mind. So it's not insurmountable. You know, we're learning to use the technology. And so I think that's the big gain from this, is we don't have to be on the road all the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Christy, you're with us, right? Has anything changed relationship-wise with your collaborators and partners during this whole pandemic piece? And if so, what and how have you been able to overcome those?
I don't think anything has really changed. It's just all requires a whole lot more work to maintain. Like Spencer says, we count on being able to show up in communities. We have to be there to meet people. You know, West Virginians like to talk to each other. So on our power project, we had a contractor working on it, but it really involved collecting a lot of information from communities. So we had 2 series of community meetings. In addition to 3 West Virginia counties that are involved in this power project, there's 3 Kentucky counties. So we were meeting new people and developing new relationships as we move forward. As we got to the point where we would finish the draft of the plan and would have been going back out to have more meetings with the community to get feedback, that was mid-March. And of course, we weren't able to do that. Luckily, the Tug Fork group has a very robust online group. So we were able to use that to get feedback on our project, but it really wasn't the same. I think we really were envisioning another series of going out and talking with folks. And as I mentioned, we're trying to create kind of a linear community. Maybe people who haven't worked together before. The people in McDowell County probably didn't know the people in Wayne County before we started this. So had a little bit of a hiccup there. I think we'll overcome that and get back to it. But in terms of our regular work, you know, I was on the road 4 days a week, and I think I really missed being able to do that and go meet with people and build relationships. This wasn't a good time to try to create new partners and build new relationships, simply because of the fact that you're not able to go and talk with folks and meet them. And so we've had to adapt a little bit, but as Spencer said, maybe I don't need to be on the road that much either. So we've learned some new ways of communicating with folks. Broadband issues are a problem when we're working from McDowell County to Wayne County, Martin County, Kentucky, all of those counties. So sometimes we can't get people engaged like we normally would because they can't get on a Zoom call. They don't know how to do that. They don't have the access. So that's been a bit of a problem for us. But yeah, I think our partners and relationships are okay. But I think it's just been a whole lot more work. You know, kind of things that you would take care of over lunch at a conference now require planning and getting everybody together and let's have a Zoom call about it or whatever. So you have to be more intentional now, I think, in maintaining those relationships.
Thank you, Christy. So we're going to try again. Let's see if we can get April on the line. April, can you hear us? Okay. We're going to move through our next series of questions, and hopefully April will be able to join us. Guys, in the background, I'm doing multiple things. You can see my phone. I'm talking with our technical people, and we're trying to work out this piece. And again, I really thank the team down at the Hub. This has really been a very valiant effort to do this, and the quality of the team down there is just a really bunch of great folks to work with. And we're going to move on. I'm going to start back with Jeff.
I'm here.
Okay, April, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Well, can you briefly describe how COVID-19 impacted the way your organization carries out its mission?
Yeah. So we are a nonprofit here in Southern West Virginia working on economic development through farming and food system development. So we received a power grant in 2019 to lead 8 partner projects to kind of replicate some of the work that we had built on with the initial power grant that stood up Sprouting Farm, to develop other education and training centers, and also stitching together, partnerships across the food system, from seed to plate, if you will. So we were planning to do site builds of high tunnels and production space at least 2 locations, and start our spring apprentice program at the farm, and all of these things that required a lot of in-person work. And then the week that our apprentice program was supposed to start, our COVID, we went into everything locked down, and so we had to push pause on a lot of the things that are directly related to our power project. However, we became busier in a lot of other avenues. Our food hub, Terminal Appalachian Farm Collective, that we manage with a couple of other nonprofit partners across the state, saw like an astronomical increase in customers for the online retail market, from like 40-ish customers a week to over 200 in the first 2 weeks of like that mid-March period. And wholesale business increased as well, you know, primarily putting food into the local food grocers such as the Wild Ramp and Swift Level and, Purple Onion and those partners. And so we were very busy. Our food access program had to kind of pivot from a more pop-up market model with our project partners to pre-packing boxes and delivering to those sites, which included health clinics, childcare centers, and food banks. And so we had a lot of people across our organization. You know, we had our FDA kitchen crew helping pack boxes. We had our production farm doubling and tripling down on their production capacity. We went from a small farm stand that we managed there for community access to a much more robust farm stand, bringing in produce from other turn row producers so that our community could maximize their EBT dollars. We're in a very rural, very low access region of the state. And because of the SNAP Stretch program that, you know, we're part of with Food and Farm Coalition, our community was able to shop and spend their dollars getting more good food for their EBT card, dollar amounts. So we kind of kept trudging along as much as we can with project work. In the background, a lot of stuff like creating our education modules became much more of a priority so that we could get them launched in this next year instead of in the final year of the project, while also just increasing our capacity to produce more food and talking to our farmers to say, I know the news is scary and you're seeing people turning their crops under, but that's not the food system we're building here. And we need you to grow more because our demand has never been higher across the state. So keep growing and then just providing that support kind of in more one-to-one and a lot of phone calls and as much as we can virtually, which as evidenced by today, my virtual capacity is sometimes challenging. It certainly impacted our mission. But at the core of it is, a long-term thing that is we are trying to rebuild, a sustainable and equitable food system here in our state, us and many partners. And that I think that this has shined a big light on to maybe many that were not as aware that this is a huge issue that needs to be addressed in West Virginia and Appalachia.
Thank you, April. Hang in there because we have another question for you here in a moment. Jeff, can you tell us how you communicated the needed changes to your project with your funders?
Sure, and I'm going to go back to your first question with that. As we had this 62 days to develop basically a resiliency or a reopening plan, one of the critical parts of that was communication. And as Christy Bailey noted, in Southern West Virginia, we do a lot of face-to-face communication. So with us, we had to develop a communication plan of how we reach out to 112 people that sell our permits. And since we don't have a route salesman, how do we get those permits to them? 65 lodging owners on what they need to do when folks show up to visit, and 56,000 trail riders that are going to come here and that needed to know the rules. So when we developed this plan, and funders was a large part of that. How do we reach out to the 8, at that time we had 8 open grants. How do we reach out to these 8 open grant funders and tell them this has changed and the world has changed? Well, I'm happy to say that all of our funders immediately after our shutdown reached out to us and said, hey, we just heard what happened. What can we do to help you make adjustments to your grant and to help you? And with us, the communication plan was, simply going to each funder, looking at the grant, us providing them feedback. And that's what all of them asked for. Give us some feedback. What do you need to do? What do you need to change? how will this impact your outcomes? And that was critical because most of our outcomes were create new businesses, create new jobs, expand the trail system, expand tourism in Southern West Virginia. Well, during a pandemic, when tourism and travel is contracting, those are pretty tall orders. I am happy to say and proud to say that the Hatfield-McCoy Trail System actually grew this year despite the pandemic because we are an outdoor activity. But that was us reaching out to each grant we have has a program manager, reaching out to that program manager who reached out to us first and saying, here's what we'd like to do. And our grant specifically, one of the big changes were a part of our grant's entrepreneurship development was working with Southern West Virginia Community College, saying, let's keep working with the folks that want to open a new business, but let's communicate with all the existing businesses. And let's explain that this resource that was developed primarily to get new businesses open is here to help them access state funding, access federal funding, keep their doors open. And with so much coming down from the state and federal level, the fact that all of our funders were receptive to us changing our focus to existing companies, and everyone thought that was a great idea, and working with businesses that were already here and already made their investments, were waiting on customers, and were suffering from a 2-month shutdown was really great. And the communication was the key, and it was, reaching out to them immediately. And I'll say that, reach out immediately, although they were reaching out to us immediately, telling them there's going to be changes, working with our program managers to make those changes, and then being able to articulate and scribe and write what you want to do and being very specific on this is what I need to change, not generic. And I think that was critical. When we went back to our funders, we were very specific. This is what we're not going to be able to achieve. This is what we can achieve. And this other aspect is a very good aspect. And of all 8 of our funders, all ARC included, were very good about making the necessary changes. And a lot of it was just simply, we need more time. We can't be done by October 1st now. We need to be done in March. We need another 6 months because we don't know where the world's going. So, but, Ralph, the communication with us was critical. The funders reach out to us, we reach out to them, and we were very specific on our changes. And all of our funders, including ARC, were really good about helping us and granting us those asks that we had, but we were very specific in our ask.
Thank you, Jeff. Hey, Christy, in response to the pandemic, the question I have for you is, what would you do differently?
I've had that resiliency plan that we did not have, just like most of us, and we are working on one of those. We're a small staff. There's 3 of us working in our office, but we also have a public facility. We have a visitor center. So transitioning from the office to home work, teleworking for the staff wasn't that difficult. But it was really trying to keep up with the regulations and the new rules and the changing things regarding our visitor center. We had to shut it down, obviously. And there is where we really had to come up with a plan for reopening so that we could keep our employees safe, keep our visitors safe. So that was someplace we really developed a plan now to respond to that. In addition to having a power project and these other things, we're also a granting agency. So we have a lot of grantees, and that was a big shift for us to try to work with those folks to help them get their projects completed. We had probably 24 of them that we worked with, and some of them we had to help them pivot completely. Some of them was just a time issue, but so I think having plans in place, and luckily we can be flexible, and we were able to do that. But I think we would have a plan in place and be ready for it now. We have found that we can function pretty well teleworking, so that's a good thing that came out of it.
Well, good. Thank you. Spencer, what positive actions came out of the pandemic for your project and your organization?
Yeah, so I already spoke to the mission where we're marrying food access and food security with local agriculture, right? So just sort of diving into that a little bit more. There was an amazing opportunity this year to make big state, federal, well, mostly state and philanthropic, I guess, in our situation, grabs at money that was intended to support, folks who were hurting as a result of the pandemic. And so Food and Farm Coalition made as many of those grabs as we could. And again, just really bolstering that model of grabbing the resources, getting them to folks who need them, particularly in lower income situations, and then funneling that to the local agriculture sector. So we sort of did this in two ways. First was our SNAP Stretch program that April alluded to. So we double and triple EBT SNAP, and in this situation, PEBT dollars, farmers markets, on-farm stands, mobile markets, CSAs, and a growing number of retailers. And if you guys want to know more about that, snapstretch.com will give you everything you need to know. But that program, by comparison, in 2019, we did $53,000 in 2019. In the first 6 weeks of the season in 2020, we did $165,000. Tapped out our program, we called a timeout, flag on the play, we have no more money. And then much later in the season, working with the Department of Agriculture and the governor's office, got $100,000 in CARES Act, and we put that out in community in 6 weeks. So that program, just to put some numbers to it, did $272,000 of SNAP Stretch match, and it captured $226,000 in change of EBT, SNAP dollars, PEBT dollars in our local food economy. So for anybody who's keeping score, it's $498,000 in change. It'll be well over $500,000 by the end of 2020, by the end of the year, because those are end of November numbers. We would have never had that opportunity if it hadn't been for the pandemic to really make opportunities for those sorts of consumers. And what we've learned is that senior citizens love the SNAP Stretch program. They know how to use the produce. They have the time to cook with it, right? So they make an amazing customer block. And then we're spending a lot of time and energy really trying to support young families so that in 10 or 15 years, those kiddos will be great consumers as well, all supporting the agriculture sector. The second project that we made, that we pulled together, was sort of the request of a funder, is we put together a farm to senior project. And essentially I went to 14 different farmers and I said, hey, I've got $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 for you. Can you put together, boxes or a market or whatever for a low income senior living facility in your community, and do X amount of weeks? And so we left it pretty open so folks could work in community and do it the way it needed to be done. But what happened every time, pretty much, is our farmers said, hey, I can't meet that demand with that variety on that schedule. I'm going to have to work with my neighbors. And I was like, yes, please work with your neighbors. Let's do some collaborating. And I don't have all of the data back, but the preliminary data says that 63 farms participated in getting about $72,000 in meat and produce and dairy and eggs to low-income seniors this season. And again, the networking coming from that has been absolutely incredible anecdotally, still capturing the data from that. But I also think that those projects really serve to sort of legitimize the food and ag community in their geographic communities and amongst each other. So I think that was an amazing opportunity that came out of the pandemic.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And let's go to April, if you're still on the line. Can you share whether are you still able to effectively carry out your mission with all the pivoting that you've had to do this year?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, and our team doesn't think, and I think Spencer would agree, that we don't have any other choice but to, continue working on that mission of for a greater vision for sustainable and equitable food systems here. Our region has a hunger problem and our region has an economy problem. And this work is absolutely a long game. taking a pause and just putting all of my staff on standby and not continuing to operate the farm and not continuing to operate the food hub and not developing these other projects that complement those means all the farmers, the 100+ farmers that we work with, are now back to square one, having to figure out how to sell their own food and move it all over the state and losing market opportunities. And also means that like the farmers that Spencer's team is activating to collaborate together doesn't have a next level outlet beyond those immediate projects. So like, we don't have the luxury, we don't have the time to not do this work. And like I said a while ago, you know, the pandemic has absolutely highlighted, you know, how badly the West Virginia economy and food sector like needs this. So yeah, we're absolutely still carrying out our mission. It's challenged us to look at things a little differently. It's provided huge opportunities to build upon people's recognition that there's a food issue in this region. And we're only able to do that because we've been putting in the work for the last few years to develop, you know, that system of partnerships and aggregation and distribution and warehouses with cold storage to gather food, and, you know, relationships with farmers to, you know, trust that we're not just telling them a bunch of lies that we're going to sell their food and then not. I think that if the pandemic has done one thing, it's brought more awareness. And so it's probably helped us push our mission further. Just looks a little different on a day-to-day, sometimes a little rushed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Guys, it's been a great few minutes to be able to talk to everyone. As you can see, we've had some fairly diverse projects where people have had the opportunity to process for a minute and move and keep going. Whether it was having to create communication plans, whether it was to the incidental collaboration of bringing people together with ideas that we can aggregate and make a little bit more money. I just think that you guys have done an excellent job. And I think we have time for one question. And Emma, if you are available, would you mind to bring that question out?
Yeah, hi, Ralph. And thanks to all the panelists for joining today. We did have one question come in through the chat from Terry Pickett. Any attendees welcome to submit their questions through the chat. And so Terry asks, what percentage of the West Virginia economy does agriculture compromise? How much potential for growth is there? And how much does the state government support state agriculture and its growth?
So April just sent me a text message asking me to take this one. Yeah, so I wish I had exact numbers for you, Terry, but what I can tell you is it's very small. And in particular, the specialty crop production, so the folks who produce vegetables, fruits, those kinds of things, non-commodity products, is very, 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 very small. There's about 400 specialty crop producers, give or take, across the state. There's a lot more cattlemen, of course, but it's very small. However, what I understand and what April understands, we have this conversation pretty regularly, is there's just not enough growers. We can pretty much sell everything that's, well, April can sell, I don't sell things, but everything that is grown in the state at this point, and the food access projects that we're a part of, we're buying everything that we can buy. So there's a huge opportunity for growth, but it's a really complex system, right? There needs to be infrastructure. There needs to be more people in place to help out with this. And then we have to talk about product cost, and there's, it's just a really complex system, but there is a lot of space for growth. And I think really as a result of the pandemic, and I think April would agree with this, there's a bigger emphasis on trying to get as much product grown in West Virginia to people who consume it in West Virginia, and whether that's restaurants or retailers or people picking up CSA boxes, it's there.
Great. Go ahead, Emma. Do we have any more questions?
We do not have any more questions coming in from the chat, but I'm wondering if the panelists could leave us with a final piece of advice that they would like for all these attendees to have about adapting in this time. All of you have done such a wonderful job of adapting your projects in what has been a pretty wild year.
Okay, if we could do that, we have about, maybe 3 minutes. 4 minutes. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind taking a moment apiece to kind of share some closing thoughts. Want to go with you, Jeff?
Sure, Ralph. Mine would be simply communicate with your funders. What we found is that, communication was key with our partners, with our grant partners, with the folks participating in our grants and our funders. And as you enter this, realize that these folks are very understanding and the needs that you have, and pivoting to be successful. So instead of saying, well, we're not going to get that done, we just need to abandon it. With us, it was to pivot, focus on a different group, and then try to help that group out, folks that had already made an investment. So I would say communication. And then when you propose your pivot, make sure the pivot's just as successful as the original grant.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, April, do you have any parting words?
Just keep going. I think the collaboration thing, and you guys probably tell Spencer and I talk a lot and we work together a lot. It's so important. Like, none of the work that I think that any of us are doing, whether it's in the food system or it's in the, like recreation, agritourism or agritourism stuff, is done in silos. And so it's important as a baseline to be prepared to work together. I mean, the POWER grant is around partnerships, and then top that up with a worldwide pandemic. You have to be willing to collaborate, and sometimes that means very frank but not rude, frank conversations, and like just figuring out how to make it work. At the end of the day, with your partners and internally. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Spencer.
So my parting words would be trust the communities that you're working in. We had to pivot a wide portfolio of projects this year, and we our food shed team went to communities, and our other staff went to communities and said, okay, how do you want to do this? And so we took our lead from them. We subscribe to the idea that the communities know how to do all of these things, and it's just a matter of getting them resources and supporting them in doing that. So we trust them to do what needs to be done.
Thank you. Christy.
Be flexible and more flexible and more flexible, and realize that everybody else is in the same situation. So it took a lot of kindness as well as being flexible with everybody.
Thank you. Hey, listen, we really appreciate the perspective that you shared with us today. And for those that have been listening, I'm sure that you had similar experiences as you've had to move through the 2020, and we're believing that 2021 will bring some sense of normalcy at some point in time. I thank the panel, and I'm excited that today is going to be just a fantastic day, and I really appreciate everyone on the panel for helping us start the day off on a good measure. Okay, Stephanie, I'm going to bring it back to you.
Thanks so much, Ralph, and thanks to Jeff, Christy, Spencer, and April. That was excellent. Great first live portion of our event today. I am going to uplift one request that we had. If any of you have completed resiliency plans that you're willing to share, we had a request for some examples, and I'll reach out to you all after the event, and we can gather those and share those out from the hub. So thank you all, and we'll move you over to watch for the rest of the day. So now we're going to move into our first recorded video of interviews of West Virginia POWER grantees and our second featured speaker. Michelle Foster is CEO of the Greater Kanawha Valley Foundation. She's our featured speaker to introduce our second panel today, and she will share some of the great strategies on building strong partnerships and proactively building sustainability into your work. We'll see her video and the recorded POWER grantee video now before beginning our second panel of the day.
I sort of had this odd idea about, and I had come from a watershed work background, and I had kind of had this odd idea to break the state into this food shed sort of idea. And we tried a pilot with, basically no money and vistas several years back. And we saw some results, but what we really saw is the need to have sustained funding for longer than 1 year, to keep somebody in a position for a few years in order to really build relationships. And so we thought power funding, because it was 3 years, right? So we knew we could sustain the project for 3 years and try to make change.
Power made it pretty clear that they're looking at the project and the impact of the project. And so that impact can be in 4 or 5 different areas, but they're really going to look at the project as a whole. And so when it came down to trying to find funding for the public market, that, as crazy as it sounds, that was a challenge. Like, how do you get a project that is selling food, growing food, building food infrastructure, educating people about food, economic development for a local community, and also, by the way, just helping out people who need it? Like, there aren't a lot of granting organizations that are going to give you the latitude to do a project that is that big and that multifaceted. Whereas Power looked at those kind of projects, and they're most of the time, from the projects that I know of, most of the time Power will look at those kind of projects and go, oh, this sounds fun.
We sought funding through the Power Grant program simply because the goals and objectives were in really good alignment. What the Appalachian Regional Commission is attempting to do with the Power program in terms of fostering entrepreneurship, growing and helping startup companies launch was a good fit for, that's exactly what we're in the middle of doing. So it just all seemed to mesh together with the right goals and alignment there, but also timing as well.
The New River Gorge Regional Development Authority, as most knows, is a regional development authority that spans 4 counties. And in 2014, they went through a strategic planning process. And the main outcome was that there was a need for more focus on entrepreneurial and business support, entrepreneurial development, I should say, and business support. And so therefore, they set out to develop the Hive. In the fall of 2015, the Hive was created, and immediately they started looking for funding to fully implement the program.
The identified need was there. National Park Service was actually one of the early instigators in our area of saying that there needs to be an organization that can help prioritize various trail projects around the region and help us figure out sort of a direction forward. And so a small group of local folks came together who all have the same goal of developing trails in our region.
The Power Grant was a great opportunity. In 2014, RCBI established, through the support of the Cogworthington Benedum Foundation, the Agricultural Innovations Initiative here. So looking to bring manufacturing processes and techniques into the agricultural economy. The Power Grants gave us the opportunity to really establish that and expand it with money beyond the Benedum Foundation, and have some direct effect on some of the lessons we have learned our first couple years, and then work with great partners in both of the grants we've had to bring some of the expertise we had in economic development and manufacturing and those things really into the agricultural economy.
I'm Michelle Foster, and I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Canal Valley Foundation, and we focus on a 6-county area in West Virginia. Our scholarship programs, however, are statewide, but we primarily focus on Boone, Clay, Fayette, Kanawha, Lincoln, and Putnam counties. As a private community foundation, we provide matching funds. We also support organizations in terms of building their capacity. We've got, for example, a leadership institute where we have 6 sessions. We're doing it virtually, actually, throughout the pandemic, providing support so that nonprofits can make it through these rough times. So just really providing supplementary support. I think trust is a very important part of any partnership. If you don't have that trust, it's just not going to work. Transparency, I think, is also important, and hopefully transparency will build that trust. So organizations just being upfront with each other, communicating effectively. I think you can't say enough about communications. It's really being in contact, maintaining that day-to-day communications, and making sure everyone's always on the same page. Those three really stand out for me. Some things that come to mind there is, first of all, giving yourself enough time. Because before I came to the foundation, I ran a nonprofit for a long time. And I think it's often if you don't have a development person, it's so hard to run the organization, make sure the programs are being implemented, and writing grants and really staying on top of that. So it took effort to really give yourself enough time to focus and to write your proposal. I think it's also important to establish those relationships before you really need them. So don't wait until you need a support letter for a grant, whatever the grant may be, before you say, try to introduce yourself to someone. You should be developing partnerships before you need them, and really being a part of networks, whatever networks there may be, like-minded people, so you can build that social capital. So when you need a support letter and you need a partner, you don't have to go very far. When an organization thinks about sustainability, they should not only think about money, but it's all these 8 domains. And let me read them off to make sure that we capture them. Environmental support, partnerships, organizational capacity, building your infrastructure, whether that's your financial systems, program evaluation, that would determine whether or not you need to change your program. So program adaptation, communication, strategic planning, as well as funding stability. Washington University, they have a wonderful tool that we recommend to our grantees. The website is sustaintool.org, and it really guides you through an assessment, an appraisal of where you are, and provides guidance on strengthening those different areas. We can't work alone. It's so important to be connected to others in whatever sector we're in. Collaboration and partnerships bring synergy to what you're doing. So what each of you may be doing individually can be magnified just by working together, whatever sector you're in. So partnerships are a very important part and one of the key domains in sustainability. There are a number of things that we have continued to work on through the pandemic, whether it's like providing the support to build the leadership among nonprofits. We've got a creative placemaking group that's looking at making our Charleston area more appealing to visitors who like art, and providing more paying gigs and opportunities for artists. So really being a part of the development of our state. We're taking the opportunity to learn and to grow and to make sure that the people in our state are more aware of challenges that everyone faces, and so that we can move forward and do better and take action that would result in a better West Virginia.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for those great comments and guidance, and for that wonderful video. Now I'd like to welcome the moderator and panelists for our second panel, titled Collaborative Partnerships and Long-Term Sustainability. Our moderator is Patty Hamilton, the former director of the West Virginia Association of Counties and a member of our West Virginia Power Support Project Steering Committee. Patty, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning. And welcome to our 4 panelists, Alex, Ann, Bill, and Judy.
Our panel will be talking about collaboration and sustainability because they are essential to immediate and long-term success for power projects. And in a previous panel, I like to term that one of the panelists used, you're in it for the long game. I thought that was a good description. You are going to hear from current grantees who have had success in building partnerships and have planned for long-term sustainability. to ensure the viability of their work. One goal of POWER projects is to move the work into the future. They are forward thinking across multiple sectors, as Michelle pointed out, and they are critical to economic development in West Virginia. I'm really proud that our panel represents diverse regions of our state. Let me see. I'll tell you what they are. They're north to south. Alex's project is in Wheeling. Hi, Alex. Ann's work is in Fairmont. Hello, Ann. Bill. Hi, Bill. Your project is in southern West Virginia and the Charleston-Huntington corridor. And then we move south to Beckley, and that is where Judy's project is. So now I'll have each panel member briefly introduce themselves, and we will get into the questions. And let's see, I'll just start with the way my screen goes. Bill, you're on. You're the first one I see.
Thank you very much, Patty. And I swear I own a different shirt. I just realized I'm wearing the same shirt today that I was wearing in that interview, but I'd like to show my Marshall pride. My name is Bill Woodrum. I'm the Director of Entrepreneurship at the Robert C. Byrd Institute at Marshall University. We work with a variety of entrepreneurs across the state of West Virginia. Started here and have a real basis in my career in agriculture. And the Agricultural Innovations program that I mentioned was what brought me to Marshall. So have been happy to be here for almost 7 years now.
Thank you. Ann?
Thanks, Patty, and good morning, everybody. I'm Ann Barth, Executive Director of Tech Connect West Virginia, and our mission is to grow and diversify the state's economy through tech-based economic development. We act as a catalyst to spur science and technology, innovation and entrepreneurship in order to help new startup companies launch and jobs get created. The POWER project that we're working on is called 3 Steps to Startup, and we're part of Step 1, which is education and awareness about being an entrepreneur. Step 2 is about commercialization, and that is led by our project lead, the Innova Commercialization Group, and Guy Peduto, who's based out of Fairmont, but we are working in the project statewide. And our third partner is the West Virginia Jobs Investment Trust on Step 3, which is investment. Helping companies get the assistance they need sometimes is not just enough. You need to also help them tap into early stage capital so that they can get launched and start growing in West Virginia. So we're delighted to be here today and share on this panel what we've learned in this wild year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. And next I see Alex.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Alex Weld, the Executive Director of Wheeling Heritage. We are a national heritage area comprised of the city limits of Wheeling. We focus on arts and culture, community development, and historic preservation and interpretation work. And we are a POWER grantee recipient for a heritage center in Wheeling. This is a long discussed project that we finally moved forward with, and we've received a technical assistance grant from POWER to look into this project.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. And now, Judy, if you'd introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Judy Moore. I'm the director of the West Virginia Hive Network. And as you already heard, we're the entrepreneurship program of the New River Gorge Regional Development Authority. We're based in Beckley near the WVU Tech campus, and we support 12 counties in southern West Virginia. Our primary services are one-on-one business advising and technical assistance support. And we just opened our new business hub facility that now we can also offer co-working and incubation space, meeting space, and maker space. We provide support to entrepreneurs and small businesses across all stages, across all sectors also. And the Hive got its real start, even though we started in late 2015, we got our real start from a POWER grant in 2016. And we're also a new subawardee under a 2020 POWER grant. So we're real excited about that. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this conversation today.
Thank you, Judy. I appreciate it. As you can see, we have a great deal of expertise on this panel, and we're going to start right in with the questions. Alex, you have the honor of having the first question. how did you initiate your relationships with your project partners? And then please briefly tell us the story of how your project went from an idea to a collaborative partnership.
Yeah, so, you know, I can't tell you when the idea began because it has been literal decades. For decades and decades, people in Wheeling have been discussing the need and the desire for a heritage center or some type of museum in Wheeling. And so after, I think, you know, several iterations of this conversation, the right people, I think, got in the room and said, we really need to do something with this. So several people said, let's form some type of committee where we can just, you know, toss around the idea of this, maybe put some of these words into action. And so Wheeling Heritage formed an ad hoc committee, which is comprised of some board members as well as community members, some museum professionals, other nonprofit leaders, and they all got together and did some planning. One thing that we really realized was that several people felt that this was an important thing for Wheeling, but there was no, other than that anecdotal data, there wasn't really much else. So we began to do some pop-up museums with artifacts and presentations just to gauge that interest from people. And so that went really well. We have some, you know, more than anecdotal information at this point. So we thought it was appropriate to move forward. So our official partners on this project are the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the City of Wheeling. But, you know, that ad hoc committee, as well as several other leaders in the community and residents, have really stepped up to make this project happen. So yeah, that's how that all happened. And, you know, we're still at the very beginning because this is a technical assistance grant. So it's a little different in that we're really still in that feasibility stage of things. We're currently learning and we're going to be working with a consultant to learn, you know, the best location for a potential museum, funding strategies, what that museum should entail. Should it be a visitor center as well, and other offices and things like that? So there are a lot of unanswered questions at this point, but we're finally really hashing out these ideas and figuring out what will work for our community.
Thank you. Great response. And it's great project for the beautiful city of Wheeling. Bill, you are up next. I think this question is very timely for these times, and it's a simple one, but it's a complex situation. How do you resolve conflicts or differences?
Yeah, I think, you know, taking notes, and it's no surprise to anyone that Michelle Foster was spot on in her comments that the best partnerships start with that open communication, trust, and engagement up front. And I think that's the best way to securing the opportunities. Our first POWER program was the Sprouting Farms Initiative, where we served as the fiscal agent for Sprouting Farms and the initiative down in Southern West Virginia. And, you know, it was a very new project and a new idea and a new concept and a forming organization. We kind of incubated a farm incubator. So, you know, Fritz and I had to have a lot of conversations, and some of those weren't always easy conversations. You know, every project looks perfect when you draw it out on paper and submit it to your funder. And then usually about day 2, something goes wrong. And like everything, we had those go wrong, and different partners bring different strengths and different perspectives to the table. So it's really important up front to me that you have both great informal and formal communications. That starts with, you know, MOUs and understandings and even contracts. And I know sometimes in this space we don't want to get into those things because we're all working to the greater good, and it's the big kumbaya moment. But it's super important right up front before you submit a grant, and definitely after you get a grant, to have those formal things in place that definitely define your role, that say, this is what I'm going to deliver as part of this partnership, A, B, C, D, E. This is what you're going to deliver, A, B, C, D, E. And, you know, that sets the tone. You know, in the Sprouting Farms project, we worked with NRG RDA, who was going to buy land and then transfer it all. So we were dealing with buying and selling properties, but that was all in our MOU with them, how we would receive funds, help them work with the local funders to grab some match, purchase these funds, and then eventually turn over the land to Sprouting Farms itself. It was super important. I mean, obviously legally, that those things were step-by-step drawn out. You know, in the project, we were the personnel we hired personnel for the first several years, and we're actually their employer. So they were employed by me sitting in Huntington, West Virginia, while Fritz and the staff at the farm worked. So we had to have formal agreements on how that would work and what our role would be and what their role would be. So each of those things is a critical component to handling those tough decisions and the times when there are disagreements. But I think as important, I think that's the upfront, and I don't want to say easy, but the work that we all know we have to do. But the really hard work is what Michelle was talking about, and that's that ongoing engagement and trust building that you have to be able to share when you're having those difficult times. That you have to, when there's a problem and you see a solution one way, your partner sees a solution another way, you've got to be able to have that conversation honestly so that you can come together for something that takes the project forward. And that's going to happen in every project because we all bring different experiences and different reactions, and we all have our own, silos we have to work in. And I know that's a bad word, but clearly my organization is different from your organization, and we all have to work in that framework and figure out how we build those bridges between silos that allow us to do this work and get through the difficult times. And then I think over time, with those communications, with that engagement, comes the other thing that Michelle said, and that's trust. And knowing that if I'm doing this, it's because you've got to trust that this is something I have to do, or this is what I see as the best, and going forward. And if you don't have that trust, that's where we see so many projects just fall apart.
Thank you, Bill. I like your suggestion, the clearly defined roles, and of course the key of communications. These kinds of relationships are in a way no different than other relationships you have to sustain. So thank you for that. And you are up next. What have you been able to accomplish through your partnerships that you would not be able to do on your own? And I know you can do a lot on your own. So how did the partnerships help you?
Thank you, Patty, for that question. It's a good one. And, I bet a lot of folks on the webinar today can relate to being part of a small or smallish nonprofit. And Tech Connect West Virginia is a lean staff organization with a great board of directors, but we need to partner to achieve our objectives. So on our 3 Steps to Startup project, we had good relationships already, of course, with the Innova Commercialization Group and the Jobs Investment Trust. And we looked at this and said, hey, we ought to go after a power grant because together we could really streamline the process for tech-enabled entrepreneurs to get their ideas for new products or technologies out of the, off the drawing board and into the marketplace. So coming in with our role as talking about education and awareness around entrepreneurship, and helping people put that in their mind that what they're coming up with is very entrepreneurial, and helping them take that to the next level and build their skill set around being an entrepreneur and what needs to be done. And then with any kind of tech-enabled initiative, there's going to be concept validation, proof of concept. They're going to need some professional and legal assistance around a number of items, including maybe intellectual property. And that's what Innova brings to the table. And say they get through that process and they've got their company all laid out and they're ready to launch, well, they're going to need an investment strategy. And that's where Jobs Investment Trust comes in as the state's venture capital fund, but also one of the early stage funders along with Innova. And I want to just point out that thanks to the good work of folks like Judy at the Hive, we have a new angel network in the state, Country Roads Angel Network. There's Mountain State Capital. And I can tell you this, that when I started working for Tech Connect 10 years ago, a lot of these groups and early stage funding organizations were not there. So we are building out that ecosystem and making it easier for entrepreneurs of all types. I'm looking at sort of the tech-enabled entrepreneur, but for all entrepreneurs to be able to launch their businesses here. If you all heard John Deskin's talk in the spring at his economic forecast, given what's been happening in West Virginia with our transitioning economy with the pandemic, we really need to rely on entrepreneurs here to launch companies, start new companies that offer jobs to West Virginians. And maybe it's not a whole lot of jobs in one fell swoop, but if you have 100 companies that are creating 5 jobs, that's still a significant number.
So without our partners, we couldn't be offering 3 steps to start up, and we couldn't make it up, from the beginning to the launch phase. And I really think the other point that Dr. Foster made in her comments is really important. It's those partnerships that build the base for sustainability so that we can continue to do this, so that we can get through COVID and however much of next year it may make us meet virtually and work virtually. But that really is a key part to sustainability. And I'm glad she called it out in her comments. Thank you, Patty.
Thanks, Anne. A great answer. And I used to attend John Deskin's talks, and I think someone listening from a perspective of the power grants could get some ideas from those, because the sort of the forward thinking, here's what could help West Virginia in the future. So that's a great suggestion to follow those kinds of economic patterns that we're seeing. Thank you, Anne. Judy, your question for today is, this is a little bit of a good wrap-up question for this round, because you can incorporate some things that others might have said. What lessons do you have to share for how to cultivate and sustain partnerships?
Yeah, thank you, Patty. And coming in at the end of this round and following Ann Barth is just really not totally fair. I just have to say that, because Ann is a class act, and if she's not on your speed dial as a partner, you need to be adding that. First, what I will add to all of the great comments that you've heard so far is just the call out of specifically partnerships are exactly that. It's a partnership. And that doesn't mean what you can do for me. That means what can we do together. And the best partnerships are those where we work together to fill some sort of a gap that you can't filled by yourself, right? So with the Hive, I can tell you that absolutely, hands down, that our partners are a huge part of the program's success. We just could not be where we are, do what we're doing without our incredible partners. And so because we provide support across, all of the business development stages and all the sectors, you can imagine that is, the need for a huge knowledge base. And although our advisors are very knowledgeable and they're great, we don't have all of that knowledge. And so that's where having a great partnership network, we have unlimited resources to tap through our partners. And of course, we, to be good partners, have to stand ready to provide support back to them in ways that they might need for us to do that. And so it really all comes down to synergies and working together to create impact. And a good example of this is the development of the Country Roads Angel Network that Ann mentioned earlier. All of you that work with entrepreneurs and small businesses know that early stage capital is limited. And so through a partnership with a very successful angel network, we were able to really work closely with them, replicate their model fairly easily. We secured funding from the US EDA that allowed us to get the Country Roads Angel Network up and going. And I just have to say that we are signing our first investment deal today. And so we are really, really excited about that. But also want to caution you on trying to force a partnership, because partnerships are based on commitments and you don't want to overcommit and underdeliver. I mean, that's just, recipe for disaster. So you don't want to do that. There's also synergies that you're going to identify, and it's going to take a long period of time for you to actually bring those together. And a real quick story to that is when I first stepped into this role in 2017, I met Tammy Jordan with Fruits of Labor that has a passion for working with those in recovery that is just, it can't be matched anywhere else. And so I had this real desire for the Hive to find a way to work with her. And we kept having conversation after conversation and pulling in other partners like Region 1 Workforce to try and find a way. And we just couldn't make it fit until 2020 POWER came along. And with the addition of the opioid efforts, dealing with the crisis, we were able to put together a proposal, a winning proposal that now allows us to have that partnership. And we're so excited about that. I won't say any more about that because I think John Tuggle's going to talk about it this afternoon. But anyway, those are my points for building and maintaining great partnerships.
Thank you, Judy. Great points. I loved your caution not to force partnerships. I think that's a really good point. And everyone has mentioned organizations, and you mentioned that some of them are just have just come into being within the last 10 years or so. And there were several names that were new to me, and it's great to see that they're not out working all by themselves. They're partnering with these projects, and I think that makes everybody more effective. So that is great. You all have done great on time, so I appreciate that. Didn't have to give anybody the hook. So we have time for another question, and I think it's a really important question. This is one for all of you, and so I think I'll go in the same order that we did the first round. Let's see. My question is, what lessons can you, no, let me start the first part of the question. I'm leaving that out. Ideas are easy. Finding and managing resources across agencies is hard. So what lessons can you share on developing financial partnerships and sustainability with your partners for your projects? So this is more of a personal question that you have developed with the premise that the idea was probably easy, but the finding and managing resources is hard. So what is a particular lesson that you can share on financial partnerships and sustainability with your partners? Okay, we'll start with Alex, because I believe you've had a little break for a while.
I have, yes. I was hoping I could listen to some other responses first, but that's okay. I think that, for us, it really means having the right people in the room. So the CVB and the city of Wheeling have been involved in these conversations for so long that when we went to them and, I guess unofficially went to them and had this discussion, I think everyone's response was, yeah, it's kind of about time. So everyone was on the same page. Everyone was willing to donate some type of financial resource in order to make this happen. And we have a great relationship with them that goes far back. So to be able to have those conversations around, what could work financially best for you and how can we supplement and what can we do to make this work best? I think those were pretty comfortable conversations for us, luckily. So I think that's, going to those people that you have good relationships with already probably makes those conversations a little easier to have.
Thank you. That's you have a great positive message there about building partnerships.
Yeah, I see everyone else laughing because I think they're farther along in this process.
You haven't entered the real world yet? Maybe?
I guess not.
I'm not sure. Okay, Bill, maybe you could bring everybody down to earth now.
Yeah, that always seems to be my role. No, I think Alex is spot on. It starts again, as Dr. Foster referenced. We could have ended at Dr. Foster's video and probably been just as well served. But it's got to start way before you actually do the application and the plan and all those things. We were blessed to get in our first one to be working with Fritz, who had been doing so much on the planning for this for a couple of years. He had actually identified another fiscal agent, and it fell through. The relationship fell through. So we were a pretty late addition to the partnership, but because we had known who each other were and worked with each other on some different things, some different projects, the original corridor distribution project, we had that familiarity that when that partner was kind of like, I don't think we can handle this at this point, we were able to pivot in. And again, it was learning a whole different world. Those, the university brings the capacity, one, to absorb a reimbursement grant, which is a good partnership to have because sometimes those can be challenging. But, we also bring our own set of rules, guidelines, and regulations, which are not always very flexible. So, being willing, having the right people in the organization to work with the organization is important, but knowing that you're going to have to work back and forth and figure out the happy medium because, a lot of times a university's first reaction is, no, we can't do that. And it's, well, what can't we do or what information can we provide that would make it doable to make this partnership work? So, for a great example was we weren't going to buy a farm in Southern West Virginia, but through the partnership within our GRDA, that was one of their capacities. So they were able, we were able to serve as the pass-through to get them the money and get that done. So again, it's exactly what Ann said. It's having that network of organizations that you work with a lot. And I will encourage everybody to tag into the West Virginia entrepreneurship ecosystem if you're in this space. We're online and on Facebook. So give that a look. It's a great opportunity to connect with agencies and start those partnerships. And again, that's where it's going to start, just like Alex said.
Thank you, Bill. That's good information. And if anyone needs me to repeat the question, just let me know. But Ann, you're up next.
I'm good, Patty. Thank you.
Okay.
We were fortunate too, like Alex mentioned, in having pre-existing relationships with the Innova Commercialization Group and the Jobs Investment Trust. And having worked together on several other very similar projects, when we considered this power grant, we realized that ARC had created kind of the perfect opportunity for our three groups to combine our resources and go after this funding to support tech-based startups across the state. So those pre-existing relationships developed over the course of working on other projects together, learning to trust each other. Back to Michelle's comments earlier, that trust, transparency, and communication with each other. And that has allowed us to do what we are attempting to do with this project, which has helped startup entrepreneurs. We've all heard the adage that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. And what we are trying to do is level the playing field through this program, and really probably all the Power Grant grantees that are on today are really working to make sure that our folks have the same shot at whatever it is the mission is as anyone anywhere else. And thanks to the Appalachian Regional Commission, we're able to do that through 3 steps to startup. So that's my take on it, Patty. Thank you.
Thanks, Annie. Yeah, I think you mentioned something very important, and that is the existing partnerships that many Power Grantees already have. New ones are great, but don't overlook those as well. So thank you for pointing that out. Judy, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, so everything that I said earlier really applies to funders as well. The big point, I guess, is that funders also want to be seen as partners, and not necessarily that they're just giving us the money, right? So they really want us to develop that partnership with them, and that's really, really important. But as the others were talking, I was just thinking about the fact that I was not present when the proposal was submitted for the Hive to ARC. And so I came in after the project started. And so I was there, to get this project up and going, but also to build all of those partnerships that came as a result of the project. And there were many. So it was an effort, but through that, I was able to actually build great relationships and secured mentors through the funders that helped really move the project along and get us up and going. And so it's just really, I think it's just really, really important to be genuine, open, you have to put it all on the table. Anyone that works with me hears me say that all the time. You just have to put it on the table and talk through it. And the funders are really open to doing that. And so that open conversation is really, really important with them.
And you stepped into a project, right?
I did.
That's always fun. A challenge.
I enjoyed it.
We are doing great on time, so I have a little bit of time to look at the chat questions. I noticed that one of the a word, Judy, that you used is synergies, and I think that's a very important word. Someone has noted that as very important to collaboration and partnerships. And I see a nice message. Your leadership to all the panelists is moving West Virginia forward, and that's from my the association I'm retired from, the West Virginia Association of Counties. So I'll give them a shout out there. But here's a really good question, if anyone has a thought on it, and it's about something that we all know is happening, and that is continuing to lose population. Now, this probably could be the subject for an entire day's conference, but I want to throw that out there as an important question. Any thoughts about barriers to bringing in and keeping more people in our state? What might be the role of government and in supporting entrepreneurship and collaboration? So I just hit everybody with a tough question. Anybody have a thought on it that they can say in a couple of minutes?
Well, I'll volunteer. I spend a little bit of time in the entrepreneurship space. I'll start it by saying I think it's exactly the programs that Ann and Judy and Alex are doing that build the environment here in West Virginia, that make the ecosystem open and more accepting, looking like a place that people want to come. My wife is from the Northern Panhandle. I've been driving through Wheeling now for almost 30 years with her to go to her home in Brooke County, and the changes that they've made have made that such an exciting place to be now. And I think projecting those kind of opportunities, Charleston, Huntington, the Bridgeport, Morgantown, all of these places have great placemaking programs in place that can be supported by our efforts in economic development. And I think it's getting a consistent message out, especially in these times, as urban centers with 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million people look a lot less attractive. And a town like Charleston with 55,000 or Huntington with 40,000, I think those all look much more appealing now. And I think it's a very timely, and I hope we're putting some effort into getting the message out that West Virginia is a place to come where you can come do business, no matter who you are, what your background is. There's a place for you in West Virginia.
You make a great point about the opportunity that can come. Good comes from bad, and opportunity can come from this pandemic and people wanting to leave congested cities. Anyone else have a thought on the population loss? Ann?
I want to weigh in on a couple of fronts. And one is, first of all, this panel has not talked too much about COVID and the pandemic. But right. I know everybody on this panel has worked to adapt, to be flexible, to shift. I know in our case, we had hoped to do these wonderful in-person events this year, and we've done them virtually. And actually, they have gone over pretty well. And for some of our entrepreneurs who maybe are still validating their technology or doing some more research to get it just right, this being at home, maybe it's given them the time, the space, to kind of really concentrate and get their idea ready. So when the market does rebound, they can get out into it. I also, though, want to point out what several folks at the webinars many of us have attended over the last 6 or 7 months have said. And, the pandemic has accelerated a lot of things. And in that sense, we're looking at what Bill mentioned, that, West Virginia could become a place for remote workers. And there are many efforts underway. I just want to say that now that, across the state to try to attract remote workers as part of this, because big corporations are finding out that, they're not all going to put all the jobs back in an office building, wherever it was. we need to, wrap our hands around that and encourage that and support that in all the places that it's happening, because this is a moment for us to show you can afford a house here, you can have wonderful quality of life, and you can do your job remotely. Why not come to a new place and check it out? And that is a message I think we need to make to everybody, but especially maybe to expat West Virginians, especially in the tech sector. If someone graduated from WVU 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and they've gone out and been very successful in tech, they may not realize what all is happening back here. But we do have a tech sector, and we are working to grow it. And it's everything, as Bill said, from ag innovation to medical devices, a fast growing sector. We had a couple of companies this year that are working on vaccine related developments, and their work just really accelerated throughout this year. So we do have opportunities. And the second thing I want to say about all this, or maybe the 10th, is I want to echo what Bill said about the entrepreneurship ecosystem work that's been underway. And I want to give a shout out to Bill Woodrum and to Tara St. Clair at WVU, because they have put in the extra hours. They're the ones that corral everybody, get us all together, really keep this moving. And it's a wonderful forum to share and to learn and go after things like ARC Power Grants. So thanks for letting me have the floor, Patty.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you. I knew it would be a great answer. Judy or Alex, do you want to tackle this question?
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick just to say, government's role in this, right, that can become a little political, I guess, however you want to take that. But I think that, in Wheeling, we've had a couple of things work for us. So there's a program called Co-Starters, which I saw someone else asking about, how to get entrepreneurship kind of like revived in your community. I'd look at Co-Starters.
Yes.
It's an entrepreneur training program that is doing some virtual trainings now. So you train facilitators locally who then lead local cohorts of this program. That is very grant fundable. There is funding out there for that. We've had a lot of great success in Wheeling. We partnered with the Regional Economic Development Partnership, RED, here in the Northern Panhandle. And actually, in a call recently, one of their staff said, we tell people all the time that are worried that they won't be able to sustain this program that, if it works in Wheeling, it can work for you. And I don't know if I take that as a compliment or not, but I think that's really great to know that we're being used as an example that, we have the resources in a smaller community to be able to do something like this. And there is that much entrepreneurial interest. And then there are some other programs. We run a program called Show of Hands. That's like an entrepreneurial pitch contest that is community supported. So people pay at the door and that money goes to the winner. And I can, offline, whoever would like more information about that, I have PowerPoints and things on it. But those things have been really, really helpful and are backed by, residents as well as businesses and corporate sponsors, as well as government sponsors too. So I think it's that nice mix that really makes it work, because it is improving the economy, right? So it really does make sense for the government to want to participate in something that is improving the area.
Thank you so much. That's a really good point. And I'm glad you pulled in a question that we'd gotten in the chat about the entrepreneurial ability in a small community. So thank you for noticing that. Judy, do you have a thought on this question, which is really answering some other questions that are coming in?
Absolutely. So just quickly, though, one of the focuses to combat this that we're working to do with a partner is the WVU Launch Lab Beckley. And so being based in Beckley, we have a partnership where the WVU Tech works with the students in the Launch Lab, and then whenever they graduate or they're actually fully ready to open a business, they move into West Virginia Hive support. And so through those efforts, we are hoping that we can keep that talent and those business owners in the state instead of them wanting to take it elsewhere.
Thank you. The population losses it incorporates so many other considerations, which you all really brought out well. I appreciate that. And I just want to point out a couple of, there's some great comments and questions. Obviously, the need for broadband to attract the people who want to leave larger cities and still work remotely for their companies. That is mentioned. And another one I saw, the aging out of businesses. This is an interesting, we are an older population. So you have I think we're the third oldest state in the country. And you have very viable businesses whose owners have simply, decided to retire, but the business closes because there's not been, I guess, maybe an incubator program for someone to take over that business, and maybe their kids are doing other things. I mean, it just ends a viable business that was in the state. So I saw that interesting question here. And let's see, Judy, you mentioned the Co-Starters program. There's comments on that as well, with trained facilitators on staff. So that's I love that people are noticing and elaborating on what our panelists have said. And I have seen a very interesting, started a podcast in a tiny house here in West Virginia. That's it's just great. I love the creativity that I'm seeing here in these. So I think we're,
Hey, Patty.
Yes.
Hi, this is Emma chiming in. I've been keeping an eye on the chat. It's been
great.
So great to see all of these questions and comments coming in. This has been a great panel discussion. But one question that came through was, can you talk about board governance and its importance in sustainability and partnerships? There was a mention that Judy asked all of the right questions and she was not afraid to ask her board for help. So how does board governance and its importance, what about board governance and its importance in sustainability and partnerships?
In 90 seconds or less.
In 90 seconds or less, quickly? Okay, all right. So Jen Simon, I saw that question come through. Hello, Jen. Jen was on our advisory committee. I will tell you, please, if you don't have an advisory committee, you need one. And if you don't want to form an advisory committee, seek mentors like Ann Barth or Mary Hunt, Jen Simon. They're all wonderful because they helped us move the Hive light years ahead.
And that is all the time we have for your panel today. Thank you, Patty, for moderating a great panel. And thank you.
It was an honor. Thank you.
Wonderful panelists. So we'll move you over to the attendee side now, and we're going to get ready for our lunch panel, which I will moderate. But before we see that panel, we're going to watch another grantee compilation video. So if you want to stick with us through that, you want to take a bathroom break, whatever you need to do, we'll be back in 5 minutes with our lunch panel.
Well, I think most of us will say at this point, COVID was completely an unexpected issue, just because, none of us really saw this coming. And a part of CORE's, main focus is really providing a service to individuals who are in recovery, and also a service to employers as well. So, a lot of what we do is really hands and feet on the ground, meeting with people face to face. And so COVID kind of threw a wrench in that, so to speak. I think we have pivoted quite well, but that was definitely a major unexpected. One other thing that I think a lot of individuals, when they're implementing grants, sometimes is an unexpected, is that the timeline that you've set forth, sometimes it doesn't quite happen like you thought it would happen. And so learning how to respond and how to adjust and how to be flexible when things don't quite pan out in the timeline the way that you had anticipated when you actually applied for the opportunity.
With us rolling this project up, we truly underestimated our ability to roll out a new program. So staffing became a critical issue. Because so many grants were funded simultaneously in the state, so much of the talent was swooped up very quickly. So with us, just finding a director for a program at Southern took almost 9 months. And so things like that really set you back. So when you're 9 months into the process, still trying to find a program director to roll this out. It makes it very challenging.
I would just start by saying, I mean, COVID-19 unfortunately was the big deal for this year, and that as it affected everybody. But in terms of this particular project, we had fortunately just finished the 4th of the 4 community health improvement planning trainings at the start of March, and then the following week was when everything closed down. The trainings are we've always conducted them in person, and there's a lot of practicing different skills together during those trainings, and it's oftentimes skills that are not very easily replicated online. So we have postponed our second cohort. We're still providing the technical assistance, and we're doing webinars. They just need to be able to interact more than you can over a virtual platform, I think.
These unknowns are almost certain, right, to happen. So, be prepared for those things you can't see. But for us, a good example is the procurement process was a bit of an unknown challenge. So natural capital, we manage a lot of technical assistance. For many years, this has sort of been our approach to project development. And we often contract third parties to provide professional services. That specifically makes up a big portion of our POWER grant spending. And the federal procurement regulations added a lot of layers to our process that we weren't necessarily aware about beforehand, especially when we're thinking about support for privately owned projects and how the money had to work. So this was all figure outable, but it did take us some time, and it adds time to go through the procurement process correctly. It adds time to projects that need to move at the speed of business. So we just had to get good at doing that and aligning sort of like our grant management timeline with like reality, the reality of the projects. Again, it is manageable, and it's very much worth it at the end of the day to be able to have these resources, but we have some hard-earned wisdom to share with anybody who needs it.
Great, I love those videos so much. So now I'm going to take off my MC hat and put on my moderator hat, and I'm really thrilled to be moderating our lunch panel today titled Celebrating 2020 West Virginia Power Grantees, Leadership in Broadband Investments. I'd like to welcome the panelists to turn on their videos now. We have Tim Thomas, Federal Co-Chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission. Hi, Tim, great to see you.
Good to be here.
Jen Benetti with the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. Hey, Jen. Dr. Alex Marr with the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. Hey, Alex. Charlie Denny, the West Virginia Broadband Office, and Senator Robert Plymel with Thundercloud Inc. Thank you all for being here today. We have a lot to talk about. I'm just going to give a little bit of framing and then I'll get into the questions. So in 2020, the Appalachian Regional Commission completed a competitive grant process for its POWER program that led to the award of $5.8 million for 7 new projects in West Virginia. We applaud all of the new grantees, including Region 4 Planning and Development Council, Region 2 Development Council, the Southern Highlands Community Mental Health Center, Appalachian Forest Heritage Area, Wheeling National Heritage Area Corporation, and the New River Gorge Regional Development Authority. During today's panel, we're going to highlight another 2020 POWER Grant awardee, Thundercloud Inc. This broad and innovative approach to regional broadband development received the largest POWER Grant award in West Virginia this year. And just last month, at the very end of October actually, their $2.4 million POWER grant was matched with a $2.3 million grant in state funding from the governor. None of us needs to belabor the critical importance of broadband development in our state. What we hope to do today is to hear from our panelists about how they are investing in broadband, what needs and opportunities they see as most urgent in West Virginia, and how Thundercloud can serve as an example of a new approach to a longstanding challenge that must be solved to unleash economic development in our state. We're going to do this panel a little different than the other panels have been. I'm going to spend a little bit of time with each of the panelists to talk about their role and their perspective. And then we'll follow back at the end with a final question. So I'm going to start with Tim Thomas, the ARC Federal Co-Chairman. Thanks again for being here today. So can you start us off by telling us about the priority that ARC has placed on broadband development? Why did the agency identify this as a key investment strategy?
Well, thank you, Stephanie. And before I get to that actual answer, let me just commend everyone for bringing this convening together today. I've been able to see a little bit of the sessions this morning, and it's just really a tremendous opportunity for us all to share best practices and learn from each other. I certainly see some familiar faces in the crowd. I saw Ann Barth with Tech Connect, Judy Moore, Jeff Lusk, all folks that we've worked together with. And on this panel, I'm really excited to be with some old friends and new friends. We certainly got Jen Giovanetti with the Benedum Foundation, a longtime partner with ARC, and Senator Bob Heimel, who is working with us not only on some broadband projects, but some other worthy endeavors as well. Let me set a little bit of context. I like to look at historical themes, and sometimes those themes remain quite constant, even though new facets of those themes may reveal themselves. One of the constant challenges of Appalachia has been isolation. And that's been one of the challenges that ARC has been working on for over 50 years. We started with the Appalachian Development Highway System to help overcome the deficiencies in surface transportation. Well, now we're working on isolation in a different way with broadband, which much of Appalachia is really a dark spot as far as broadband deployment. That has been very clear to us for a period of time, for a number of years. ARC's been funding broadband projects for a number of years, perhaps even as many as 20 years. But with the new POWER project that was specifically funded, the POWER initiative that was specifically funded by Congress to help those communities impacted by the downturn in coal, we really refocused our efforts more on broadband deployment. In one way or another, all of West Virginia's 55 counties are impacted by the downturn in the coal industry. So what ARC, the commission, had decided to do was reserve a certain amount of funding in the POWER appropriations just specifically for broadband deployment. So in each year, beginning a couple of years ago, we decided that we would reserve basically 1/3 of the available funding for broadband deployment. In one aspect or another, it might be feasibility studies, it might be actual hardware and infrastructure construction. But we realized we still had this challenge of isolation, that we had to build out some of the required basic infrastructure if we were going to go to the next level and help these communities offset the losses to the coal industry jobs. So that's kind of why we focused on it. COVID-19 has shown us a different criticality to all of this. We did not think that people would be trying to work from home, trying to learn from home. So COVID-19 has certainly shown that there's a need for this over and beyond what we anticipated when we started this.
It sounds like a little note to anyone who's considering projects for next year about the importance of putting together broadband projects. As we're thinking about that and we're thinking about ways to tackle this within West Virginia, what strategies have you seen from a region-wide perspective that have demonstrated creative and successful approaches to broadband development and to deployment, especially for smaller cities and rural areas in Appalachia?
Well, we've seen a number of different approaches across the 13 states that help make up Appalachia. One thing that we've been watching with great interest are entities that have not particularly been involved in the telecom field take up the challenge of helping deploy broadband in their communities. In some areas, this might be a rural electric cooperative. We've seen significant work in states like Tennessee, in rural cooperatives help taking this on, in addition to their basic business, which is serving electrical needs. I understand that there's a couple of electric cooperatives in West Virginia that this might be a feasibility concern that they might want to take a look at. But we've also seen some, and this was an easier step, was some of the rural telephone cooperatives getting involved in broadband as well. We've seen municipalities that have their own electric distribution within their city be involved in this. But I'm really intrigued by creative thinking here. Sometimes our states have had to change state statutes as to what cooperative efforts are authorized to do and be established for. We've seen some state legislatures actually create new statutory authorizations. I think some of our broadband deployment really is going to follow that old rural electrification model of how do we get power to the people. We're not always going to be able to count on the investor-owned utilities, because in some of the rural areas, the business model is just not quite there. And I'm not disparaging them necessarily. They're there to make a profit. But how do we get the service to the rural areas is going to take some creative thinking, some new partnerships, some new approaches. That's very important at ARC because we're very much a rural-oriented organization.
Well, new partnerships and thinking about new approaches is a perfect segue to our next speaker. I'm going to circle back up with you, Tim, at the end after we hear from some of the other speakers. But I'm going to move over to Jen with the Benedum Foundation now. Hi, Jen. So can you start off, before we talk about broadband specifically, the issue of broadband really has been a focus for the Benedum Foundation as a part of your 75th anniversary initiatives. Can you give us a little bit of framing briefly about that and that initiatives process?
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. I'd be glad to. And I just want to say congratulations to Thundercloud. I love the logo that Senator Primal has sporting behind him. And thank you to the Hub for hosting this and the ARC for just the unparalleled leadership in Appalachia in so many ways. And to good luck to all the attendees that are participating today who might become future POWER awardees. So Stephanie, broadband has been present in Benedum's community and economic development portfolio over the past 20 years. Mary has been a partner and a supporter of a variety of projects, and she has contributed to numerous committees over the years, trying to and hoping to see more broadband infrastructure brought to our rural communities. But it was really on the eve of our 75th anniversary of the founding of the Benedum Foundation that the trustees wanted to identify 5 or 6 multi-year initiatives that we could focus on that presented some of the harder, more complicated, and more chronic, I would call them, stumbling blocks facing West Virginia people and communities. Rural broadband was elevated to that list for good and obvious reasons. So in 2019, starting last year, we began planning an initiative that could seek out a couple of things: data, partners, and even infrastructure projects in 2 of the harder to serve regions within the state. So we at Benedum decided to pilot this in the Mountain Highlands and the coal fields. So Tim Thomas just perfectly teed up and really laid the groundwork for this concept of the isolation. And we wanted to go to places that might be last to get some of the infrastructure help, even in a already rural state like West Virginia. So in addition to that, we at Benedum didn't feel like we even understood enough about why broadband is so difficult to advance. Of course, it's costly, but the trustees of the foundation still felt this was a very important issue for the future and that we needed to get a better understanding around some of the hurdles. Today, we're working with Generations West Virginia as the lead grantee on this work, while using our in-house staff to advance some of the understanding around the data and the service challenges facing the communities, and also some eligibility criteria that are hiccups for applications along the way. So I'll just wind down, Stephanie, saying this basic approach for us in this broadband work is to use philanthropic dollars to help communities lead their own broadband solutions. And in doing this, we at Benedum want to assist with the consultants, the organizing, the technical assistance, and particularly the strategy around identifying federal sources of money for broadband, and particularly anything that might advance better policies too. We are truly open to almost anything. With Generation West Virginia, we are seeing community-driven ideas. It's exciting. We expect to be engaged in this work for years. And as Tim Thomas also just mentioned, we are compelled by the creative work that's being applied to the co-op model and really things that are able to spark projects that fall outside of the traditional telecoms.
Excellent. Thank you, Jen. So we know that none of this can happen in a cookie cutter approach. And I think part of the thing that is exciting to us about the way that the Benedum Foundation is approaching this is really thinking about what do different regions need that face different challenges. After we talk a little bit about the data and the thundercloud approach, I'll come back to you to talk a little more about strategies that you're seeing in particular challenges. But let's talk about data, since you've given us some framing about the importance of that. Dr. Alex Marr with the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond is here as our data guy. Thanks for being with us, Alex. The Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond sits in a similar space to ARC and the Benedum Foundation with a regional perspective, helping to highlight strategies for potential success and to provide the critical data that's necessary for those strategies and for projects to be successful. Alex, can you tell us just a little bit about how you see the Federal Reserve Bank's role and how it relates to work throughout your footprint on broadband?
Sure. It's good to be with you all. Thanks so much for the opportunity, Stephanie. So we're, of course, interested in broadband just as everybody else is, but we have I think, a particular view of it, and that is that we really care about the economic health of the communities in our district. And in order to do good monetary policy that is reflective of how the entire nation is doing and how all the different types of places in our district are doing, we need to know them. And so over the past 3 years, we've really amped up our outreach to communities throughout our district. In particular, we've been looking at areas that are really struggling on the employment front. So we just mapped out, looking at the share of the population that's employed, and we began to see this real divergence between many of the cities in our district, which are doing quite well during the last economic expansion, and the rural areas that have really been falling behind. And this has actually been happening for a couple of decades. But we went out to the communities in our district to figure out what are the roadblocks to getting employment up, to getting job growth up, to getting people to come back to rural communities. And especially in West Virginia, broadband kept coming up repeatedly. And because it's really, as Jen was saying, it boils down to a cost issue to start. We spent last year kind of diving into the research and trying to figure out what the data say about the cost of returns of broadband. And what we found is that it's really the remaining, broadband infrastructure. It needs to go out to everybody who doesn't have it is an $80 billion problem for the country. And if you add up all the various support across federal and state levels for broadband infrastructure, it's about 30 billion on the ground right now. So we're looking at a $50 billion problem. And so we looked at, what are the ways that we could maybe accelerate this and help solve this gap. And that's where we really dug into a lot of the studies that have been done already on broadband infrastructure projects. I just wanted to pull out a few key points from what we found. One is that solutions-wise, two options really stood out to us. One is using electrical cooperatives to provide broadband, which Tim mentioned before. They have what economists call economies of scope. That is, they have a lot of assets already that can be brought to bear on the broadband projects, and that helps with cost savings down the road. So we found that could save about 5 to 10 billion off the 80 billion, reach about 60% of the people who don't have broadband right now. But what do you do in a place like West Virginia where there's not a legacy of electrical cooperatives, and that's why we're really intrigued by, this thundercloud and what Benedum's looking at, these public-private partnerships, and there it's kind of, getting at a deeper level underneath the cost issue and the resources available. It's what do you do to help rural communities put together projects that can actually access that 30 billion that's currently on the ground right now. And so that's what, broadband's a high priority for us, because I think it is such a barrier to not only response to COVID in economic terms and in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, but it's, in my view, it's been a no-brainer for rural communities for a long time. One study that I share with a lot of people that's a really high quality study, in my opinion, coming out of Indiana, looked at broadband, the ROI on broadband infrastructure projects in rural communities, and they found every dollar spent led to about $3 to $4 in economic activity. So, from our perspective, variety of ways to get it done. We want to keep learning about that and sharing ideas with people that we come across in our district, but both in terms of COVID response and long-run economic, benefit, this is where we need to be.
Thanks, Alex. I was going to ask you this question, but I am curious. Do you know of that 30 billion, how much of it is getting used and how much of it is not? How much of it is not getting used right now?
Yeah, I think it's, I have to read you the math because we just had this, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund through the FCC had their first auction end of October. I think there was about 9 billion there, but there's, I think somewhere between 20 and 25 billion of that 30 billion that's currently allocated now. Couple of things about that. One is that I'm excited that more resources have gotten pushed to the second auction, and I hope that second auction happens soon. I'm not sure what the thinking is on what it will be, but I think certainly in response to COVID, broadband's a critical part of the response to that. But another key part of that second auction, which unlocks significant billions of dollars for broadband expansion, they've relaxed the requirement that areas to be eligible, areas that need to be able to apply for that money. On the first auction, you had to have no coverage. In the second auction, it can be partial coverage. And so that really opens up a lot more areas to be covered to get help. And so I'm hopeful that, one thing we'd like to look at this year is, how can West Virginia kind of make sure it's in a good spot to be able to access some of that money to really help accelerate broadband infrastructure deployment.
Yeah, great. And this idea around coverage and maps, I noticed something that the Thundercloud project had to address too. So we'll get into that a little bit with that project. But one last question for you, Alex. You talked about this $50 billion gap. Obviously, there's some money that is available that's not getting utilized, but has the Fed identified or seen strategies for filling that gap that you could share with us?
I think the short answer is no. Honestly, there's a number, looking throughout the system, there's a lot of expertise around digital literacy and digital equity issues and making sure that once broadband infrastructure is available, that money is used and so that all can benefit from it. We're really, I think, trying to build up some expertise and knowledge of the different ways that you can pull these projects together. That's another thing I'm interested in looking at for our whole district this year. What are the successful PPP types of projects? Because the little bit of digging I've done, they all have a different flavor. But I'm interested to see if there's some lessons that can be drawn. I think for me, there's a couple of, as I look at, there's a couple of issues. One is getting the seed money together to do the feasibility study. I think that's critical, getting the technical expertise together to help get these projects planned out. And so that's why being part of this conversation is such a great opportunity for me. I appreciate it because it's neat to see how this works in practice.
Great. Well, like I already said, no cookie cutter approach, right? It's going to have to be different in every place, but we can learn from each other, and we're really excited to learn from the Thundercloud project right now. So while we talked a little bit about the challenges and the need in this space, really we want to celebrate this exciting development for West Virginia and hear more about the Thundercloud project and the remarkable progress it's made over the past few years in going from a big idea to a robust approach centered in the Huntington sort of in Metro Capital Region, with a long-term goal, as I understand it, to include a 9-county area. So Senator Plymel, let me start with you. And can you start off by telling us just the overall vision for the broadband deployment and data center, and what's the timeline for development? How do you see it working, and how do you see it transforming broadband in the region of the state that's served by the project?
Yes, thank you. And first, I would like to say that this would not be possible had it not been for ARC and their work, and in particular the governor's support as we've moved through this. Obviously, what Benedum's doing throughout the state to really foster these kinds of opportunities is important. So our vision is to provide unserved and underserved members of our community with reliable and affordable broadband access, while also boosting economic development by delivering the speeds and capacity to make West Virginia to participate in the 21st century economy. Now, you notice I said participate, not compete. You have to be able to participate. If we're able to participate, we can compete. We've shown that. Thundercloud's goal is to deploy high capacity broadband in a 9-county regional network that connects hospitals, schools, educational institutions, libraries, police, fire, and EMS, and ultimately, with the citizens. So that's really sort of the overall view of what we've done. Now, I would be remiss by saying that, I'm the person that's really been behind this. It was Charlie Denny and myself getting together and putting together plans, being laughed at sometimes, by people when we brought strange ideas in, and really trying to develop a model that would work for our region, and also making those decisions for your region based upon decisions that we know what's best. Not decisions being made outside of the state, but actually something that's made inside the state. So, that's really sort of in a nutshell what we're trying to do.
Great. And just talk a little bit about the long-term vision of how it grows from Huntington and broader, and maybe a little bit about the distinction between the deployment and the data center and how that works within the project.
Well, first off, when we were seeking partners, this was important. We have a private sector partner in Alpha Technologies. We have the public sector partners that are your anchor institutions. So basically taking the anchor institution model and utilizing your hospitals, your institutions of higher education, different things like that. So our partners are Mountain Health, Marshall Health, Alpha Technologies, the Appalachian Transportation and Technology Institute Foundation, and Marshall University. And then encapsulating those kinds of expertise, and how do you then go fill an region. So from a data center standpoint, Alpha already had a data center. It's the fact that you would need another data center to connect, to be able to give you the redundancy, to be able to have a vibrant network, and to be able to provide the fiber network that West Virginia needs, that all areas need to compete.
Great. Now, we've already talked this morning about the importance of partnerships and how that's really the foundation of the Power Initiative. And I think part of what makes Thundercloud such a unique and remarkable project is the incredible diversity of partners that you have from the local level up to the state and now the federal level. So can you tell our audience a little bit about what was the engagement process that you used to build those partnerships, and particularly looking at how to engage the local community in what you're doing so that you could understand what their interests were and help them understand what your project idea was?
Well, first off, the city of Huntington had already completed some studies that helped lead into this. The other thing is, I think that you have to give the legislature, not that I'm a member of it, but the legislature a lot of credit for breaking down some of the barriers on mapping and different things like this. I think the state of West Virginia right now has some of the best mapping in the country, and we can actually show that our speeds are really not what providers are saying they are. We're not getting delivered what we need. But getting the partners together, we met and said, what are our common goals? Where do we need to go? Where does the region need to go? It's ironic, we did this and submitted this grant only a month into COVID. But what COVID has done has really, highlighted the fact that the need for these kinds of activities, these kinds of projects are so great that you're not going to be able to work within a community or work in an area if you do not have this. So we got these people together, talked about it, the vision, where we wanted to go, and actually, Charlie actually authored something that he called Megalopolis, that was a broad view of where this needed to go, and sort of with the Internet of Things and different things like that. And what we did was we put it into a form that was sellable. We made presentations. Charlie and I made so many presentations it wasn't even funny, to different groups, and honing what everybody needed into our project.
Great. So I know this was a multi-year process for you all, and the learnings I'm sure were significant along the way. Can you share some of the pitfalls maybe that you experienced, or the challenges that you ran into for other regions and projects that might be thinking about how to advance a regional broadband approach? What would you advise them to do that maybe you would have done differently if you had it to do it over again?
I probably would have raised capital first, but that's besides the point. One thing that I would say is, don't ever be discouraged by the criticism that you get along the way. Make sure that you keep your partners involved all the time in terms of what's going on. And it doesn't hurt to have a governor that understands what you're trying to do, where you're trying to go, and willing to take a chance on something that is new. I think the need for a comprehensive plan is very important. Don't be singly focused, but focus on all aspects of broadband development and the strongest needs within your community. So make sure that you know that. It is essential to get the buy-in locally. And you also have to have an idea of how this fits into a regional model. So I think that keeping those things in mind, you hit upon one of the things that I think is really important. Make sure that you have ties to the community with people that are very tied and have strong community commitments. Remember, we're an open access 501c4 for the community good. And as long as you continue to keep that at your forefront and keep that in front of your partners, remember, this is why we're doing it. That is important.
Okay, those are all great. So just last question before I move on to Charlie. What's the first step for places where they want to do this, but they haven't made the progress you all have made so far?
Well, that's a good segue into Charlie, because right now I think the wisdom of the Department of Commerce in hiring Charlie, he gets it. I think so. My first step in what I would say is talk to the broadband director and get his views on that. One thing I would offer, we were very fortunate where we were, because where I work, I have a great team of professionals with the Center for Business and Economic Research, CBER. These people were able to be a great resource from that standpoint. And one of the things I would say, that if you're looking at the regional approach, we have really 2 universities that can do that in the state of West Virginia. I think you could utilize WU and Marshall in that respect. I think that they bring those types of things, but I'm telling you, the Federal Reserve and Dr. Mari, I will tell you that I think that you all play a key role when you start looking at this, because when you look at early childhood education and the transformations we made in West Virginia, these were all based upon the Federal Reserve looking at this and showing a real need for it. And the ARC is a key component of this. Keep in touch with the ARC and understand where they're going with things.
Excellent. Thank you for that segue to Charlie. So Charlie, I'll move on to you now. And as Senator Primal mentioned, you were part of the brain trust, I would say, for the Thundercloud project. And you were appointed in October by Governor Justice to be the founding director of the Office of Broadband within the Department of Commerce. So why don't you start by telling us just a little bit about your background and how that fits into your new role at the Office of Broadband and your vision for the agency as you are settling into that role.
Thanks, Stephanie. I've spent the last 38 years in the technology sector. And in that time, I've done facilities construction. I've been down in the ditch and pulled cable. I've installed systems, and I've done the programming work and the service work. So I've got a hands-on experience from the physical side of the house. And I've also designed and engineered fiber networks and managed the construction for that. And the fiber projects got me deeply involved with the financing. So I've written financial plans and worked with banks and the West Virginia EDA and the SBA and the ARC to secure funding. And I've also worked with the leadership of the legislature to help craft some of the recent broadband legislation. So I come to this chair with all of the scars and the gray hair from that experience. So I've just got a really diverse background in all of those things. We used to call that multidisciplinary experience, and I think that helps me a lot. My real vision for this office is to exploit every available resource to make affordable world-class broadband available to every West Virginian. Now, understand that's the 50,000 foot view. And if you want to drill down, we really don't have time to do that today. That's a bigger task.
So just tell us a little bit about the office for the attendees who aren't aware of it, the services that are provided to communities, broadband developers, and projects throughout the state. Maybe just talk a little bit about who's in your office, and if someone was going to take Senator Primal's advice and call you, what can they do to prepare themselves to have a productive conversation with you?
Way to kick the can down the road there, Bob. I appreciate that. Actually, right now we have a relatively small office. We're just really sort of getting that stood up for this for this new phase. But I'm grateful to the Commerce Department in that they've given me a really terrific staff to work with. I'm sure many of you already know Kelly Workman, and Kelly knows more about state government than I will live long enough to know. So she does a great job of keeping me out of hot water and keeping me in the right space. And she's a tremendous resource for knowing where all the pieces over here are. And we've got a young man that just graduated from WVU with his master's degree, Jamie, with our does our GIS work, and he is just a terrific young man, and I'm just thrilled to death to have him over here. And we have Tom Goddard, who does one of our project managers, and that is a real dot the I's, cross the T's kind of a thing. And I get weekly reports from Todd through Kelly, and he does a great job too. So I'm really thrilled to have the people that I have. I've got a great deal of confidence in them, and I want to build on that. One of the things that I would like to get into this office, and we're working on that now, is an actual engineer that can help us do feasibility studies and do some preliminary design work for some of these communities. I think if we can turn that around quicker, we're going to be able to get some of that done. We've been trying to develop policies here that align with the incoming Biden administration's vision on broadband. And they've been very clear and very consistent in their message. One of the things that they want to do is triple the funding under the USDA for the Reconnect program, which is a big number. And they're also going to be supportive of what we call municipal or community broadband. President-elect Biden has made that statement on a number of occasions, and that's really sort of what Thundercloud is. It's sort of the same kind of a model. We didn't do it under a municipality, but we did do it as a community nonprofit scenario. So this is sort of the same thing. So I think we can model some more of those things. And thank you, Jen from Benedum, for Generation West Virginia. Natalie is a real spark plug on getting some things done. And we've already done some coordination with Generation West Virginia and one of the community development agencies to start working on a project. So I'm thinking that we bring those community resources together and take advantage of what Benedum has offered us. And I will take all of the help I can get every time that I can get it. And I really do believe, as Bob said earlier, that community engagement is critical to the success of these projects. And I think it's one of the things that I can do here in this office is mapping the ecosystem, knowing where all the resources are, and realigning those resources where we can to create these new value propositions. And I'm very excited every day to come here and do that.
Great. So you have this really interesting perspective of this statewide view now, and also this in-depth experience working on the Thundercloud project and your 35 plus years of experience in the Huntington area. So I want to circle back to Thundercloud with you briefly, and then I'm going to pass this question back to Jen too. So from your experience with the Thundercloud project, you know, for communities that are smaller, that are significantly more rural than the region, what do you think they can pull out from the project that will work for them? And what are the strategies that they're going to have to shift based on their size and their assets?
Well, I think it's all scalable, Stephanie. And what I'm going to try to do is use the resources from some of the regional planning and development councils to help them do that and work through our office for additional resources. there's a community organization that was done out of a couple of regional planning and development councils. Let me look at those numbers. 1 and 4 have created an organization called the ROC. And I'm horrible with acronyms, and I'm dyslexic, so don't ask me to remember what the ROC is right this second. But it's a terrific idea. It's community based, and it's people that are doing what they can do in their own community. So of the ROC and the Benedum Foundation through Generation West Virginia are going to be working on some projects. They will go out and identify communities that look like that something can happen. They'll help with the organization. And the ROC has expertise within their organization, and Benedum has additional resources. And we have additional resources here at the broadband office. So we're going to try to coordinate all of those resources and make some things happen.
That's excellent. I'm so glad you mentioned the RPDCs, or Regional Planning and Development Councils. They are a real incredible resource for all of us in the state. And we have John Tuggle with Region 4 Planning and Development Council as a speaker this afternoon. So we'll ask him what the ROC means when he gets on here.
Terrific.
So Jen, let me move over to you again. And, with your perspective with the 75th anniversary initiative and your work with Generation West Virginia, you are, as you said, really focused on these two extremely rural regions, and they have their own challenges in terms of geography and access, as well as economic challenges. So as you look to the Office of Broadband and the Thundercloud project, what are the challenges that the Benedum Foundation is clear-eyed about and thinks that these regions need to be aware of and addressing? And what are the solutions that you are starting to play around with or see potential for?
Well, I think in answering that question, there's kind of three main challenges that elevate for me. The first one is technology. Technology is always changing, and it's inevitably very expensive. And there's just a lot to consider when you're a community thinking, how do I get ahead of this broadband challenge? A lot has been mentioned today. Rural, can we merge in with the scaled up rural electrification model? There's the FCC auctions that Benedum has been looking at. There's low orbit satellites. There's fiber, as Charlie mentioned. Fiber is the best and probably the most reliable, but they're all very expensive. So the money and the technology kind of go together. And we know that philanthropy will not have enough money to solve rural broadband. But what we do feel we can add, and I appreciate how some of our work is merging with Charlie's world and the Broadband Council, we can support dollars in learning how to create community ownership and leadership in order to attract more federal dollars, and also to think about which of these technologies are really the most appropriate for some of these more remote communities. So the first is technology. The second one is the data. We learned a lot already at Benedum about the data challenges that exist. The data that are available from the FCC are very problematic and not accurate and overstate the real access in rural communities. What the internet providers are required to provide really doesn't tell the full picture. It's both poor in quality, it's hard to access, and it's difficult to understand when you're XYZ small community in a rural county. So this is a big hurdle. We've been doing a deep dive into some of this to assist communities in making a case for their projects. And then lastly, I would say it's the matching dollars for projects. So if on the first one, technology, Benedum can add technical assistance dollars, consultancy dollars, project development dollars, that upfront cost is very hard to get money into. So we're hoping to do that on the front end. With the FCC data, we're trying to unpack that so that we can create a more realistic picture to make the case for some of these communities to get service. And then lastly, matching dollars. If we're going to access where the real money is coming from, that Alex teed up really, really well, We need those dollars to be driven into the state of West Virginia because the return on investment's huge, and everything for future economic and education and health growth, it relies on that. But there are eligibility issues that hold back some of our communities, and these projects, when you get over $2 million, require a lot of matching dollars, and that money is hard to come up with. So I hope we think philanthropy can play a role in solving some of those challenges. But we also have seen that when we map the United States with other rural communities to see where there are underserved rural communities, boy, we have a lot of competition across the nation. We really do. So the more we can partner together with all of the folks on this panel and all the other people that are involved in this great session today, Stephanie, I think we start to put our best foot forward and patch together solutions to technology, data, and matching dollars, and also the upfront assistance that's needed just to figure out what kind of project suits your community. Is that through a cooperative? Is it through the FCC spectrum that's available? Is it?
I didn't.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, or is it through fiber, and how do we make that happen? So that's where we hope philanthropy plays a role, driving dollars into some of the harder places and helps unlock some of the bigger federal dollars.
That's excellent. You know, you said this in what I think are different words, but I really, as I'm looking at this panel, I feel like it demonstrates this nexus of opportunity that's happening right now. And we laughed when we were planning this panel that the 5 speakers here, we could have each of you come and talk to us for an hour. So I appreciate you all being part of this panel, packing all this information into a short time and being concise with your answers. I think you shared a lot of really valuable information. I have a couple more questions that I'm gonna run us through before we close out our hour. So Tim, I'm going to come back to you. You know, in this idea about this nexus of opportunity, I really see ARC as the kind of leading wedge of that with this investment priority that you've made into broadband. But these are not easy projects, as Senator Plymel has described, and Charlie's talked about a little bit too. So as we're looking to try to generate projects from other parts of the state, what guidance can you give to potential projects that are seeking ARC support and partnership about how to put together the strongest projects? What are the things that your agency needs to see, and how can they work with you?
Well, thank you, and you're exactly right. They are not easy projects. And I do want to commend everyone involved with the Thundercloud application. It was really, really a strong application, one of the strongest that ARC's seen in the time we've been funding broadband projects. So Bob, to your team, great work there. To those that are looking at ARC funding, remember ARC's basic mission, which is economic development. What we're looking for is something that ultimately can either grow new jobs or retain existing jobs. Connect with your service area that you intend to serve. Evaluate the business community's needs. Just what level of service do they need in your target area? Some of them may need a full gigabit type service, which is going to really dictate toward a fiber solution, but not necessarily. Perhaps you're looking at some type of tourist activity where they don't need that level of service, and might actually be adequately served by some type of wireless option, which would significantly drive down the cost. So what does your business community and your proposed service area really need? Also, ARC, we're really focusing on the businesses. And while residential accounts can be collaterally served for projects that we're looking at, they really can't be the primary service target area for ARC. As I said, we're really looking to support business growth and expand employment opportunities. So do some real research, and I'm very pleased that West Virginia does have a lot of data, but we're going to want to know what are the actual service speeds available in your target area. We don't like to compete with the incumbent providers if they are meeting the target speed threshold that is necessary for business expansion. If you don't think they are, you better come backed up with some data as to the actual speeds that they are delivering. So those are just a few tips that we would offer relative to anyone seeking ARC funding. I would caution that unless it's a relatively small project, ARC is probably not going to be the largest source of funds for your project. But we might be some of the most flexible government origin funding. We might be good seed money. We might be good glue money that helps hold the whole package together. And that's one of the reasons we're probably the most flexible public dollars, but obviously the private philanthropical dollars are even more flexible than ours. So that's why we partner so well with privates like Benedum and can help in turn communities access those other pools of larger federal dollars.
Great. Let me ask just a quick follow-up on that. In response to the COVID pandemic and all of the changes that we've been talking about all day, and particularly this opportunity with remote worker growth, has the agency talked about how broadband investment relates to that remote worker support and recruitment? And do you expect that that might be part of the focus for projects this coming year?
I think it very much could be. We're still, data lags events by a certain amount of time. So we're still very much going to be gathering data relative to remote work and telework due to COVID. We're hearing some really anecdotal evidence at this point that certainly shows how important it is. But at this point, we really haven't got the actual definitive data. I think we're going to see some more competition in this country. If you can have remote workers, businesses are going to try to find remote workers where they can be had cheaper. And it could very well be because of the cost of living in Appalachia. If we can get the right skill set folks, we may find business and industry located elsewhere actually placing their telework workers, finding those in Appalachia. So that could be an opportunity for us.
Yeah, the cost of living and the quality of life.
That's exactly right.
Well, let me run back over to Senator Plymall, and I've got a couple of follow-up questions for you, Senator. There was a question in the chat, just a clarification about the long-term plan for Thundercloud is this 9-county region. Can you just run through what that region will be?
Sure. The counties that are involved are Mingo, Logan, Boone, Lincoln, Kanawha, Mason, Putnam, Cabell, and Wayne. I think I hit all 9.
Okay, great. I wasn't counting, so I'll trust you. And then you mentioned about legislative leadership and how the legislature tackled a number of issues. There has been a West Virginia Broadband, I think, Enhancement Council that you have participated in. Do you see that as something that you expect to continue at a sort of state level looking at this? And is that something that anyone interested in broadband development should be aware of and following?
No, I think the Broadband Council is imperative. Has been one of the major reasons that we're having success. I think the policies that the legislature has passed over the last 4 or 5 years has really made it possible for the Broadband Council to do some of the things that they need to. For instance, one of the things is the mapping that we were talked about. I think that Jen alluded to that. I know that Charlie did as well. But you have to have the data to be able to support. Go back to what Tim Thomas has said, and I can't say enough good things about Tim's leadership at ARC, but the data is important to have to be able to show the reason of why you are needed or why you're behind. And so, yes, I think the Broadband Council is a very needed, resource. And I think the Office of Broadband is very important to have.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we just have a couple more minutes and I'm gonna invite Emma to share with us one question from the audience. So this will be a surprise for all of us. Emma, is there a question that you wanna lift up here?
Yeah, we've had so many great questions coming in, and thanks again to everyone who's using the chat to ask those questions. We will follow up with anyone who did not get your question answered after the event. We had a question come in from Katie Loudon, and she said, we've spent the morning talking about the importance of partnerships. I've heard a lot about commerce, philanthropy, community demand, and ownership. Is anyone talking to the Department of Education? In this era of remote learning, they have a vested interest in solving the broadband challenges across our state. It is imperative for the business and economic ecosystem, but as we've learned, education as well.
Great. Jen, you want to start us off?
Yeah, that's a really great question. We are, but it's actually aligned with more of our COVID response work at Benedum. But understanding that all of these things are so connected, part of it is understanding the learning loss and the long-term competitiveness challenges of all the kids that cannot have the best education when their broadband at home and their remote learning is held back. So I'll just say at Benedum, we think broadband is really the equity issue of our time because of health, education, and economics.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Peter Primal. I know you probably have thoughts on
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean, obviously, as a part of ours, the centerpiece from the anchor institutions is education. And I think that the next step we need to do is look at the E-rate and how you would handle E-rate in terms of building networks. They've done it in other states. We've not done that in this state. And we had a lot of conversations with educational, from the state level, local level, and the input from both public education and higher education has been very, very important.
And what is E-rate?
E-rate is a funding mechanism that is from the FCC that comes through the Department of Education and locally in to your local counties in West Virginia.
Great. It's really remarkable.
Pays for their internet service, sorry.
Gotcha. Charlie, do you have a comment you want to make in response to this question?
Yeah, I do. I think Senator Plimal's being a little bit modest in his efforts in that area. We're looking at a couple of projects right now for E-rate under what's called special construction that allows them to shift the money from just paying the internet and the telephone bill into actually building fiber that could also get to the students. And we've recently had conversations in this office with WVNet and with the Higher Education Policy Commission about how they can be involved in this. And there are some scheduled meetings later this week with this office and the Department of Education on exploring that as well. So that's a great question. And I am happy to say that we were actually on top of that one, that we can actually say that we're engaged, and we are. And a lot of credit goes to Senator Plimal for that as well. It's a project that we've been discussing on and off for the last 2 or 3 years.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to hearing more about it. So I'm being very strict with all the other panels, so I'll be strict with myself too and end us on time here. You know, I just think that this year has shown a very harsh spotlight onto the particular needs that we have to function as a society. Education, healthcare, economic development, and broadband is at the center of all of those for us. And so that is why we wanted to really highlight this, why we're thrilled about the Thundercloud project and cannot wait to see how it succeeds in the coming year, and really so appreciative of ARC's understanding of the foundational piece, as you were saying, to addressing our isolation in this area. So thank you all for being here today, and thanks for a very dynamic conversation, as I expected it to be and was really appreciative that it was. Now we're going to move on into the rest of our program. We'll be sending our panelists back over to the attendee side, and we're going to watch another video of current grantee interviews before we move into our fourth panel of the day.
So ARC provides an amazing opportunity and amount of funding to our state, and we need it. And it's coming into our state to help with economic development, and a lot of times it's going into these distressed communities, and it can go towards projects that a lot of other funding sources won't even touch. So I feel like the ARC POWER funding is so amazing and beneficial. If there's one thing that I know about West Virginia is that you can make a little go a long way. We could do a better job of implementing some systems within our state to make those dollars go further.
If you haven't explored a power grant before, you should do so. There are plenty of resources available to help you, not just through the application process, but through implementation. Everyone is collegial and will help you. Do not miss the opportunity to apply for power funding for your project.
So I would encourage any organization to give this a shot. Look for the partnerships that are going to help to make it work. You definitely don't have to get out there and do it on your own, and there's just strength as more people are brought to the table. As long as, again, you're going to be diligent in working those partnerships and making them true partnership throughout the duration. And what I have enjoyed the most about our whole process, and it's kind of neat that I got to be the on-the-ground person that fits what I do and kind of how I interact. But I loved that we brought a little bit of hope to areas of our state where there are people struggling to try and move the needle locally. And when we can bring a resource that helps them to figure out, all right, what are we really challenged with? That's been a great aspect of this. So go for it.
I think you have to you really do your research. You need a feasibility study, you need a business plan, or if you're an existing business, you need an business extension plan. You know, what would you do? I think those things are critical to make yourself more viable for an award. And that's one thing that we did do. We received through Region 4 Development Council a USDA Rural Development business grant for feasibility study for this co-op that we did, Forest Products Center that we have now. And that was valuable. And then we had a pretty robust business plan. So when we put those two together along with our narrative, then I think we had a strong, that's one of the reasons why we as a first-time awardee was able to obtain one.
As far as advice, the first thing I would suggest is, again, keep, your proposal in a quickly accessible place. Keep it fresh. Go back and review that. Try to stick to your timeline as much as you can. Like, use the timeline as your guide, but don't feel like you're stuck to that. And I think, when you're running into an issue or a problem, you need to communicate that. And it's okay to say, we're running into something that we did not expect. Here's what this looks like. Do you have any thoughts and suggestions? So I think it's always good to be willing to say, I don't have the answers, but I'm going to seek to find the answers. And so for me, I think those three things are things that I would offer as advice to another grantee.
I'm back as MC, not moderator. I just want to really emphasize what Ann Barr said in that video about the collegial nature of this process within the state of supporting power grantees and trying to generate more applications. That is what the hub is trying to do. We see power as a unique opportunity to bring more federal funds into the state for community and economic development, and we are deeply invested in that. At the end of the program, I'll talk about the way that the hub can provide support to you on your current project or if you're developing a new project. So stick around, especially if you're thinking about putting in a proposal this year and you haven't before. But now I'm going to move us into our fourth panel and our first afternoon panel. And I'd like to welcome the moderator, Jenna Belcher, from the Executive Director of the New River Gorge Regional Development Authority. Turn on her video and join us. And I'd also like to welcome the panelists for this panel titled Federal Partners, Program Updates and Opportunities.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Like Stephanie mentioned, I'm Jenna Belcher from the New River Gorge Regional Development Authority, and I'm excited to moderate this panel with a great team of federal partners. The consistent narrative of today has been collaboration, communication, and just constant partnership and growth across all of the programs. But we feel it's really important to highlight the other federal agencies that oftentimes join forces with the Appalachian Regional Commission, and as well as support the POWER initiative. So today I am joined by Braden Koerwitz with the Appalachian Regional Commission, Tracy Rowan with the US EDA, Nancy Isle with the ARC legal team, Jesse Gandy with the USDA, and Krista Cox with the West Virginia Development Office. I'm just going to take a moment and let each of them, we'll start with Braden, let each of them explain a little bit about what they do with their respective organizations. Braden?
Yeah. Thanks, Gina. My name is Braden Koerwitz. I am ARC's POWER Program Coordinator. So essentially, I help facilitate the entire POWER application and review process, help put together the RFP for future cycles, and do the pre-application outreach so everyone's aware of what's new, what to look out for, especially as we move towards another year in 2021. And I also help organize and the application process and the review process. So from start to finish, I'm there to kind of help guide people through the entire thing.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Braden. Tracy?
Hi, I'm Tracy Rowan. I'm the Economic Development Representative for the state of West Virginia. Very similar to what you just heard, I'm responsible for the development of all applications in West Virginia. From the pre-application, we've got a concept, we need to talk to you, would EDA consider funding it, to development of the application. And then if it's non-construction, I actually work with the implementation through project completion. If it's construction, we've got a phenomenal team of people in Philadelphia that will administer it through the end of the project. So I'm working with a lot of projects as we speak, and it's extremely enjoyable. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tracy. Next, we'll go to Nancy with the ARC legal team.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nancy. I am the Deputy General Counsel at Appalachian Regional Commission. Really happy to be here today. I work on a lot of grants management issues at all different stages of a grant application, during the life of the grant and post-award. I coordinate a lot of the issues with our IG, our Inspector General, who does audits at the back end. And I provide training like this to anybody who needs it. And I'm really happy that West Virginia is so proactive in giving training to everybody. It's really an honor to be here. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Nancy. Next up is Jesse Gandy with the USDA.
Good afternoon. I work in the Rural Business Service within the USDA Rural Development. I act as our energy specialist and rural business service specialist. I'm taking the part of our program director today. She's fallen ill, Brandy Burwell, but I focus on processing our funding applications, and that includes guaranteed loans, grants, and direct loans to nonprofits for revolving loan funds. So I'm basically the person on the guy that shakes hands and gets to know our community leaders and our borrowers.
Thanks, Jesse. And do we have Krista on the call? Okay. We will go right into a few questions that we have. I want to start out with Braden. What are some specific support opportunities that you provide from the ARC to organizations that are developing a new potential project?
Yeah, so essentially my role, I serve as the first point of contact for anything power related at ARC. So if you have any questions about what ARC may be looking for, or kind of generally what we like to see in power applications, I'm the good contact for that. And if I can't answer something specifically or directly, I'm also the person to contact if you're looking for resources. And I'll point you to any of our partners or our staff that would be better suited to help answer whatever question you might have while you're putting together an application. But essentially my main role is if you're in the application process and you're confused about some item in the RFP, or you're going through the application itself on our application portal, and want to know exactly what we're looking for, I'm the point of contact for that. So I make sure everything is in order and you know what you're looking for.
Thanks so much, Braden. Yeah, you're definitely the first point of contact when someone is interested in a new application. So we appreciate you being on the front lines of all the new grantee work. Next up, I have a question for Nancy. What guidance do you have for current POWER grantees?
Well, thanks for asking that question, Gina. I think that the key to this answer is going to be, when did the grantee sign the grant? One of the key things to know that's going on in the grants world right now is that OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, recently finalized regulations that had been in the works for some time, and they became effective on November 12th, with the exception of 2 that became effective on August 13th. But if you signed your grant agreement on November 11th or earlier, you follow the guidelines and the regulations that we all know and love that have been in effect since December 2015. If you signed your grant agreement or will sign a grant agreement starting on November 12th, new regulations will apply. And I'd like to go over some of the key changes here in a couple of minutes, if I could. The first thing is because OMB introduced some new regulations, some of the citations are different. As one example, all of the definitions are now under 2 CFR 200.1. So it allows OMB to add definitions later on if they want, without having to mess up all the citations. They're supposed to reissue regulations every 5 years. So 2 CFR 200.1 are all the definitions. There are also just new regulations. For example, OMB, there's a new regulation on procuring goods made in the United States. This is new. It's under the procurement section. It will set some of the procurement regulations, citations off for all of you who've had a federal grant before or currently have one. There's also 2 regulations that became effective pretty much immediately on August 13th. One is, it's based on the Defense Authorization Act, Section 889 of this NDAA, and it is Section 2 CFR 200.216. It has to do with prohibitions on procuring certain telecommunications and surveillance technology. It's really technical, so I don't want to read it, but just so you know, that's new and it applies to all grants and subgrants. It also applies to contracts, by the way. And then there's another provision that became effective immediately in August, and that's a new provision on termination, which essentially allows the awarding agency to terminate for any reason. If this grant no longer serves the purpose of the program. So OMB wanted those regulations to become effective immediately. As far as the new regulations in November, that became effective on November 12th. One of the differences concerns indirect costs. Before, if any of you have ever used a de minimis cost rate based on the modified total direct costs, or MTDC, which excludes equipment, capital expenditures, and above $25,000 on each subaward. Now OMB is going to allow you to use this 10% based on, if you just don't currently have a negotiated rate with the federal government. Before November 12th, you could only use that 10% rate if you never had a federally negotiated rate, indirect cost rate before. Now, as long as you don't have one currently, you can choose this 10% rate based on MTDC. There's no justification required. You can use it indefinitely. So that's a big change. Another big change is the procurement regulations. Some of you might know, before there were 5 methods. Now there are 2 methods. So this is a big change. The key thing about these methods, there really isn't that much change, but the micro purchase and the small purchase fall under a category of method called informal. So this is micro purchase, just so you know, has been for the past year or so, $10,000 for all grantees and subgrantees. One of the things that the regulations now allow is for grantees to choose a higher or different micro purchase threshold. It could be 50,000. It could, in certain circumstances, be more or higher than $50,000 as your micro purchase threshold that doesn't require competition. So you want to look at the regulations, 2 CFR 200.319, and read through to see if you qualify for a higher micro purchase threshold where you wouldn't have to compete. Small purchase goes up to 250,000. That did not change. And you don't have to publicly procure that both before November 12th and after. You just have to get an adequate number of qualified sources to submit you a price and rate quotation. That means it's more than one. So it's got to be at least two. Very, very rarely will a sole source be okay and acceptable. We're very rarely allow it, but you'll have to ask for permission if you somehow only get one person to respond. And, you know, I'm probably going to say try harder. The other category, the other method is called formal. It's above the simplified acquisition threshold, which is currently 250,000. You have sealed bids, typically used for construction, and then you have proposals. So anyway, kind of significant changes in procurement, although we still have the same terminology. The 5 methods they're just under the umbrellas. Again, sole source is a really rare exception. What else can I tell you? There is a larger emphasis now on performance measurement, and in general on you know, the compliance is always an emphasis, and it's always been on compliance, but I think a little bit more emphasis on performance measurement, and agency holding the grantee to achieving the performance goals. I think that's really all I wanted to say about the changes. I'm always available for questions. I can give training later as well. In 5 minutes, that's my summary. There's a lot to learn. I love the opportunity to demystify these regulations because they really should be written in plain English. It's definitely worth looking at, and reading your grant agreement, reading the regulations is so important to avoid a bad audit. And at any stage you might be, whether it's an application stage, during the grant, or even post-award, becoming familiar with these is key to your success. I'll turn it back to you, Gina.
Thanks so much, Nancy. You're always such a great resource for current and new grantees. So we really appreciate all of that. The next question I have is actually for Jesse. Have there been any changes in your federal funding processes at USDA in light of COVID?
Thanks for the question. No, not generally. We still accept our grant applications through grants.gov, but additionally, we are accepting our applications through email submissions. And so most of my daily communication with our applicants are through email. And in the past, I did a lot of site visits, completed a lot of inspections, and worked on a day-to-day basis with a lot of windshield time, you know, meeting folks and as I mentioned earlier, shaking hands. But we can't do that anymore. And so we no longer are doing site visits. We're no longer doing inspections. But instead, we're working with our applicants to obtain pictures in lieu of an inspection. And then overall, from a 30,000-foot point of view, our program application periods have been extended in some cases, and application start dates have been sooner rather than later. Under the CARES Act, the USDA CARES Act, we were also given some leeway on allowing deferments for our borrowers, which was very helpful. That has expired, but I think that's still being discussed at the national level. So in general, we're being very understanding. I think we're all going through a difficult time, and we're doing what we can to help support our applicants.
Thanks so much for that, Jesse. We appreciate it. We've also been joined by Krista Cox. Krista, can you give us a quick introduction before I ask you a question?
Sure. I work with ARC on the state level here within the development office, and we do work with the POWER initiative. We do it more kind of as a side part, and we do get like the letters of intent that the applicants send in, and then we make sure that they meet our state goals and our strategic plan.
Great, thank you so much. I guess a question I would have for you is, what advice do you have for organizations and partnerships that work to put together successful projects during their application process?
I think some tips that I would have to develop a competitive application is It really needs to focus on economic development. You need to outline the benefits that you're going to have on the service area. You need to enhance kind of what you're already doing or expand what you're doing. Also, you need to make sure that your projects are ready, that they're project readiness. You need to define and demonstrate the degree of need in the service area that you're going to do your work, and then actually, describe the folks that you're going to deliver the services to. You need to make sure that you have organizational capacity to, work the project, to undertake the project. You need to develop a detailed work plan. I think that's one of the big things that I see with the applications that come in. The work plans are just general rather than detailed throughout the entire life of the project. You also want to make sure that the project aligns with the funder's strategic plan and the priorities. I think ARC does a really good job of listing both of those on their RFPs and showing what their priorities are going to be for that project.
So can you share some mistakes that you can, sort of explain and have seen before that you would advise to avoid for new grantees?
Well, one was the timeline, just having a general timeline rather than having a detailed timeline that goes throughout the span of the project. And then another thing would be your partners and your partner roles, making sure that you have a clear connection with the partner and that to demonstrate exactly what role the partner is going to do in the project.
Great, thanks so much. So the next question is for Tracy. How do you suggest we develop partnerships with federal agencies like the USEDA that have a role in this sort of economic diversification and may not currently be involved in West Virginia projects?
Okay, thank you. I've been around for a long time, and the maze of federal resources can be confusing at best. It's stressful, it's confusing, you're online, you're trying to look at all of these different notices of funding availabilities or funding announcements. And one of the things that I tell everyone is the first thing you need to do is reach out to the appropriate agency. Each individual that's presented here today knows their programs. We know how to answer your questions. And early on, especially with EDA, we can vet a project. I just had a conference call before this started that I said, this is a phenomenal project, but it is not a good project for EDA. And here's where you need to go. And I know everyone else that works with the federal agencies spends a lot of time not just saying no, but how can we help you? EDA has done something very specifically. About 3 years ago, we formed the Economic Development Integration Division. There's a gentleman, for example, that works with me, Matthew Solchodowski, out of the Philly regional office. And his whole role is to help hook communities up with what in many cases are viable funding sources that they can't weave through the maze, they can't reach someone, they don't understand, is DOL applicable? He will get on the phone with the potential applicant, connect them with the federal agency, and help walk them through the steps they need, whether it is or is not a viable funding source. So that is one resource. Anyone that contacts me, I will immediately get you in touch with Matthew. And he has helped hook up people in just West Virginia. Of course, ARC is a very strong partner of ours, but EPA, USDOT, DHHR, Department of Education, and he always takes it seriously and won't let it go until the person has at least a contact person and someone they can ask the questions. It's been extremely helpful to me. I've been doing this for 35 years, and Matthew has hooked me up with federal funding agencies that I have not dealt with in the past. So it's just a resource that we have that I would urge anyone that is needing assistance. I know I need DOL funding, but I can't figure out which regional office works with them. Use us as a resource because he's done a really good job helping me.
Thanks so much. We've wrapped up the questions to the panelists right now, but I want to reach out and ask Emma if we have any questions in the chat box that we wanted to go ahead and highlight while we have our panelists open.
Yes, hi. We did have some questions coming through, and if there are other folks who would like to add their questions in the chat, please feel free to do that. We had a question about Braden and Braden's role at the ARC. Braden, if you could respond to, would Braden be the resource with whom I need to connect at ARC, equivalent to Tracy Rowan at the EDA? That is the person we were missing for ARC guidance.
I would say so, yeah, especially in particular to the POWER initiative. If you have any questions about that, I'm definitely the first person to reach out to. Or even if you feel like it may not be specifically POWER related, do reach out to me and I will try to point you in the direction that I think is best suited for you. So as always, and as Tracy just mentioned as well, like we are resources, and if we feel like it doesn't really align specifically with our program, we've definitely worked with others and we can kind of point you in that direction as well.
Great, thanks, Braden. We did have another question come in, Jenna. The question was, are there any, I think the question is saying, are there any health initiatives that the ARC or the USDA are focusing on in 2021 that focus on the health of the workforce, specifically chronic disease prevention and maintenance?
So Jesse, would you be aware of anything that the USDA might be working on around, healthy initiatives or healthy workforce moving into 2021?
I think that we will ultimately, but at this point in time, we do not. However, we have historically financed hospitals and rural medical facilities. And in fact, we have a revolving loan fund that is located outside or between Charleston and Huntington called the West Virginia Rural Health Development Association that has funded a lot of rural healthcare facilities, including pharmacies. But at this point in time, we do not have a specific initiative. One thing I also wanted to mention is that here at the USDA, we have a variety of divisions. So I'm in the rural business division, but we have a division called community facilities that does also help finance hospitals and other facilities in rural areas for medical care. If someone wants to reach out, I can forward you the appropriate contact that can assist on that front.
And ARC also has an initiative on substance use disorder. We actually have some of that community facility grant money. And if anybody is interested in any substance abuse response, we have substance abuse disorder and also under the USDA grant.
Thanks so much, Nancy. I really appreciate it. So I think that we'll have one more question. And I know that in our region, we've experienced and been fortunate to receive some POWER funding available for the outdoor economy and outdoor activities and experiences. So we just want to confirm, Braden, maybe this one is for you. Will the next round of POWER be able to focus and help with trail development projects?
Yes, we do accept applications for trail development projects, and we have funded those in the past through POWER. And they're definitely in the age of COVID with the increased need for outdoor activities. We recognize that, and also trail development can also be a big tourism related economic development initiative. And so as long as in your application, you kind of answer everything in the RFP kind of directly and answer all the questions in the application and make your point that this is also an economic development initiative and it will be a boon to your service area, then it is definitely going to be considered in the review process.
Thanks so much to all of our panelists today. I know that several of you in the chat have asked for contact information for all of the folks on the panel. The Hub will make that available after the conference. And so I will turn it back over to Stephanie.
Great. Thanks to this panel. Everyone who's watching, just take a screenshot, write these names down, make sure you record them in some way. These are your resources for federal funds. These are the people that you need to build relationships with and get to know. And little preview, we are going to be working with Nancy, I think, to put together a session for 2021 to do some deep diving into some of the topics that she was talking about. Last year, she came to West Virginia for our Power Summit and did a 4-hour session that people gave her rave reviews on. So we have a lot more to talk about with her and to learn from her. But I want to thank all of you, all the panelists, and Jenna, our excellent moderator, for being with us today. And I expect that you will all be getting a number of emails and maybe phone calls from people with great ideas for next year. So I'm going to move us on to our next session and say goodbye to our panelists. We're going to go back into a recorded interview now from our third and final featured speaker before we go into our final panel of the day. Our third speaker is Mary Hunt, Program Director with the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. And Mary is going to give some framing comments really around thinking about putting together future projects and about how to best position yourself to be competitive in your project moving forward. So I'll turn it over to Mary now.
Hi, I'm Mary Hunt. I'm a program director with the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. I'm responsible for community and economic development grant making. We have been very active in not only supporting a broad participation in the POWER program through small grants to help write applications, as well as all the way to matching grants that have helped to leverage individual projects. Best advice I would get is start now. Frame up the project that you have as soon as possible. Frame the project that you're wanting to request funding for. Examine what the economic distress factors are in the areas that your project impacts, because that is what determines the matching funds that you're required to put together. Make sure that you have identified and gained the support of partners, realistic partnerships that help you execute your projects. Make sure that you have a great way of evaluating your project, making sure that you're setting realistic targets as far as what your outcomes would be, if it's in job creation or new industries or small businesses started. All those things are very important. Examine which metrics are best for you and put realistic metrics to the work that you're going to be executing. I think the first thing is a clear definition of what the project is. I know that sounds oversimplified, but oftentimes when we're writing a larger scale proposal, and many of the proposals that go in for POWER are larger scale than many of our organizations have submitted before. And so I think that when you're trying to describe your project and in the scale that you're trying to present it, to make sure that you really establish a clear description or a pitch, if you will, a discussion about what the project is, what it is going to attain, who it's going to reach, and have that very clear upfront in the early parts of the application and reinforced throughout the application process, because many eyes will be on these applications. That's the only way that you have to communicate your project to people that will be making funding decisions. So you really need to make sure that you, in writing, articulate the goals and the processes involved in your project. The first thing I would say is do it. You have one chance per year. This funding has been available since 2016. West Virginia organizations and those that have partnered with West Virginia organizations have been very successful in receiving this funding. And this funding is doing such powerful, good work throughout the state. I mean, it is literally planting seeds, but it's also expanding work that has been done and leveraging other, funding as well as activities that have already been going on. It's enabled them to grow and expand. And just so many good things have come out of this POWER program. But if you don't apply, you can't fulfill those ideas. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, what are we trying to do in communities, and then how can we build from those? A project last week that I was talking to the Benedum Foundation about potential funding had to do with a trail plan, with a water trail plan, basically connecting a pretty large scale project. And of course, trails have been proven to be good outdoor recreation economic generators for years. I mean, the numbers are already out there and have been compiled by a lot of interested parties. So those that are developing trails in West Virginia are looking at what do we do as far as building out the trail and finding the real estate, but the economic impact that can come from the trail is in the towns and the communities that are adjacent to the trail. So a project that would be feasible is to how do you build off of that trail? So the visitors that are there, how do we look at lodging and food and other amenities that are available in the small community towns where people love to visit and that can be enhancements to their visit to the trail. That is where the economic impact is made in the small businesses, sales of goods and services and products from people coming and visiting the trail. The pandemic is something that we need to learn from, I think. It can tell us that we need a lot more broadband technology in every industry in our community, and I think that we need to consistently push for broadband in all of our communities. It's made us so much more aware of how we have to be connected technologically into everybody's home, make it affordable, make it reliable, and I think that's one of the priorities. We can use it to our advantage and really use that connectivity that the technology has given us to build on the work that we're doing here in West Virginia.
Now I'd like to welcome the moderator and panelists for our final panel titled Planning for 2021 Funding Opportunities and Catalyzing Future Projects. Our moderator is Monica Miller, who is also a current West Virginia Power Support Project coach. Additionally, Monica has been part of the incredible team that's put together the event today. So she's wearing lots of hats today, just like many of us are. So Monica and panelists, I see you're all here. Great to see you. Just as a reminder to Monica, I'll be back here at 2 minutes before the end of your panel to help make sure you all wrap up on time. I'll also just throw out again the question from the lunch panel for John about what does the acronym ROC stand for, whenever you want to get to that question. Now, Monica, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie. And thanks for just letting me be a part of the whole power support team the last couple years as a coach and then working on this event. So today we've learned, we've talked about 2020 challenges. We've talked about partnerships. We've celebrated Thundercloud and talked about broadband needs and then federal resources. But who isn't ready to move ahead into 2021? So this next session is going to talk about, is going to do just that. We're going to talk about the possibility of getting good projects together and applications together for 2021, because we want to attract more of those resources that were spoken of in the last panel. We have another great panel for you, and I'm going to ask each of these folks to briefly introduce themselves and their role with POWER, their name, their organization, and their role within POWER, and whether or not they have received funding. So I'm going to start with, the panelists are Matt Ward, Ayla Achad, John Tuggle, who has going to have that rock question here in a minute, and then Patrick Kirby. So in the order of the questions, I'm going to ask Matt to introduce yourself first, please. Unmute yourself and introduce yourself first.
Thank you, Monica and Stephanie and everybody for this great workshop today. My name is Matt Ward. I'm CEO with a firm called Sustainable Strategies DC, and we help local governments and nonprofits obtain resources for revitalization. We help them figure out how to shape projects to be successful. We write a lot of grants, and we advocate to state and federal officials to try to bring those resources to localities. And with respect to the role we've had with ARC Power Grants, my team and I have helped communities and nonprofits win 15 ARC Power Grants now, including 2 for the city of Huntington, 1 for West Virginia University, 1 for Coalfield Development Corporation, one for Thundercloud, one for the city of Wheeling, one for Advantage Valley, one for the West Virginia High Tech Foundation and Tech Connect, and then 6 others in Western Pennsylvania and Southern Ohio. And I'll say then there are some where we've helped communities that have not been awarded to. It's not 1,000% batting record. And I would just, in closing, just say that I agree with what Mary Hunt said on the video. ARC Power Grants are an absolutely powerful and instrumental tool for the diversification and progress of West Virginia and Appalachian communities. I know that the incoming president has talked about a task force in the White House on coal impacted communities. The mayors of Huntington and Morgantown joining with other mayors to call for a Marshall Plan for Middle America and Appalachia. The ARC Power Grant is, I'm certain, the best model for how we can diversify and make progress in West Virginia communities along the lines of what's being proposed for the coming administration. And it's a great pleasure to be part of it.
Great. Thank you, Matt. How about you, Ayla?
I'm Ayla Achad, and I'm the Executive Director of the Future of Nursing West Virginia. I'm delighted to have been invited to this summit and wish I had heard all of this information before we applied for our first ARC Power Grant. And I'm also thrilled that we did apply for that grant. Even though we didn't get it, I learned a lot in the process. Our project is the West Virginia Nurse Entrepreneur Center, and that center will expand a pilot project we did with nurses to develop businesses. And nurses, turns out, are great business owners. They actually start generally with 2 employees and then expand up to 14 and more. And so I'm very excited. We learned a lot in the process, and I'm glad to be here with everybody today.
Great, thank you. We're glad you're here too. Next, John Tuggle.
Yes, Monica, thanks for the invite to this wonderful summit. I'm John Tuggle with Region 4 Planning and Development Council. We're 5 counties in Southeast West Virginia. At any given time, our 8.5 member staff, we have a part-time person, are managing anywhere from 40 to 50 infrastructure and community development projects, so anywhere from $200 to $250 million on the table at a time. And we do that with all the state and federal agencies. As far as power goes, we've been successful with 5 power grants over the past about 3 years. And we've got great relationships with our funding agencies, and that's what we bring to the table. We're good at herding the people that have to do this work. So that's what we're here for.
Great, thank you. And next, Patrick Kirby.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Kirby. I'm the director of the Brownfield Assistance Center at WVU. I'm really happy to be here. The Brownfield Center focuses on bringing redevelopment resources to projects and communities across West Virginia in concert with the Brownfield Assistance Center at Marshall University. Our mission is to promote the reuse of those underutilized properties. And typically we work with EPA funding, EPA Brownfield, their specific program, and the West Virginia DEP, but there's so many other federal agencies that are tied to redevelopment, both on the economic and community development side. So as it relates to power, we were the lead applicant as part of a collaboration called Downtown Appalachia. And this particular, the most recent power application for that was tied to the Mon Forest area to help catalyze both small business entrepreneurs locating in downtowns, but really to try to catalyze the downtown building developers so that those buildings are ready for the small business entrepreneurs that want to go there. Our project was unfunded, but because of the large number of partnerships and even with the match, we actually have continued our work. We are partnered with the hub, as well as the Natural Capital Investment Fund, as well as some banks, some other local CDFIs, and some other stakeholder groups. So I look forward to the panel.
Great, thank you. So Ayla, I'm going to circle back to you. You last year, you said was your first experience with an ARC Power Grant. What are the lessons that you learned from that? And what do you think you would do differently if you did the process over again?
Thank you. Well, I learned a lot in the process. First off, the first person who ever mentioned a Power Grant to me was Kim Tiemann from Benedum Foundation. Benedum has been really supportive of the future of nursing since our onset about 6 years ago. And she mentioned it, and we've never applied for a federal grant before. So in looking at it, it seemed overwhelming. So I put it on the back burner, and I went to a meeting. And that meeting was the Opportunity Zone meeting up in Bridgeport, not quite a year ago. I went to that meeting just to let other businesses know about incorporating nurses into their projects, not really to promote our project. And in talking about nurse entrepreneurs, people were excited about it. And each person introduced me to someone else. And it was just an amazing experience. So earlier in this program, people talked about networking. So number one, keep the networking going. I met Tracy Rowan at that meeting, and Tracy Rowan was, along with Benedum and Kim, are real champions here. So even though we didn't get the Power Grant, we did have 2 match grants. And those 2 partners who were really champions for the Nurse Entrepreneur Center actually are funding, or in the process of funding. Benedum has agreed, and now we're moving forward with a 2-year project instead of 3 years. So even though we didn't get the ARC funding, we did get the match funding, and that has just been fantastic because we can continue with our project. And the one thing I learned, I had people like Tracy and Kim from the beginning, but with ARC, I did not have a contact person. So Braden, I'm going to be contacting you because that's the person we probably needed in order to complete the project funding for ARC. Our feedback on the proposal was fantastic. I loved the proposal. There were just 2 areas that we needed to upgrade, and that's what we'll do the next time. One is more detail on the plan, which was also brought up yet at the last group meeting here. And then the other one was sustainability of the project. We validated sustainability of the businesses. The nurse businesses don't close. They continue once they open, but the sustainability of the project itself. So we'll need a little bit more understanding of how to support that.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So John, I'm going to move to you next with a couple questions. First of all, what does ROC stand for?
Oh, okay. ROC stands for Regional Optical Communications. And it actually started back in 2009, but the funding and so forth and the broadband in West Virginia wasn't ready to get started. So it took a sabbatical there for a while, and then we brought it back as far as Region 1, Region 4. Jason Roberts is in Region 1. We brought it back to life, and it's 11 counties in our 2 regions, plus 3 counties saw what we were doing and they joined ROC outside of our 2 regions. So we have 14 counties that have actually acquired an EDA grant from Tracy Rowan, which is very helpful, and a CDBG grant from Kelly Workman's group, in total of $500,000. So we have a really comprehensive study that we've put together over the last 2 years that has teed up many, many projects.
That's great. Well, while I've got you here, I'm going to ask you another couple questions. Tell us about being the lead of a project with multiple partners? And what advice do you have for potential projects to find someone like you?
Okay. As far as being the lead, people come to us with a vision of what they want to try to accomplish, and we try to point them in funding agency directions a lot of times. But in this case, with power, a lot of times they have that in mind already when they come to us. So they're looking for most of the time they're looking for guidance on how to get through the maze of federal regulations and funding and that type of stuff. And they really don't understand that there's so many ancillary things that come with this. It touches so many agencies that you have to deal with as you go along the way. So we help out with that. You end up with workforce, and businesses and education and transportation and all those players involved with a lot of projects. It touches them. And many times people, when they get into these projects, they'll sort of choose to ignore the downside of some of the aspects, and they don't want to have to deal with that. And because of that, we come to the table and in a positive way, we try to do it positively, come up with a way to approach the problems and give them guidance to their vision, maintain the positive momentum, but bringing them in under the potential difficulties, bring those to the forefront and deal with them in a positive way so that you can get them out of the way. That's one of our best attributes as far as what we do as administrators. An example of that is pointing, there's many times there'll be environmental issues, or there'll be some sort of procurement issues, or those type things that people don't realize that you have to go through those hoops. And we can work them through that very easily, but they didn't know they were going to run into them. And so therefore that makes their life a little bit smoother. As the lead, we gather the key stakeholders together. And those are the people who have real investment in items that pertain to an ARC or power application or whatever. And we help that applicant develop their vision into a narrative that, with the help of those stakeholders, because it basically is like, the old adage of herding cats sometimes comes into play, but quite frankly, if you're herding all cats into a room, you usually just end up with a room full of cats. It should be much more diversified than that. You'll have more people involved with what's going on than just those. You're going to have players from all over the place, and so we would sort of look at it more of as Noah's Ark type scenario, and that's our preferred route, is bringing the people in and put them in the right place where they're supposed to be, and prepare the application, and prepare for that deadline storm that's coming, and weather that, hunker down, and then watch for the rainbow to come out. That's what we do. We recognize the lead recognizes what the stakeholders, what that blend of skills and talents go together and put them in the right spot. So that's our, we try to get them not to reinvent the wheel a lot of times, because there's different players have different skills. So each discipline is put in the right place, and that's what we try to put up before everyone.
Great. And for folks who may not know, you are one of how many regional planning and development councils throughout the state?
We're one of 11, and I would encourage anyone that is going to go through any type of process like this to go to the WV organization. We have a website, and it has all the PDC's information on that website. It's our state association, and that's one way of getting in touch with the PDCs as far as the others that are involved, one of the key people to talk to, if you want to find someone that really administers these things, talk to your congressional reps. They know us real well and they know who the good players are. And there may be an EDA or something that can help out maybe a little better on a project than we can. But in general, we know more about these type projects than anybody else. The other one is go to the ARC rep, the EDA rep, our state representatives, and they will point you to people that get this done. And we feel like we do a good job at doing that.
Yeah, you all do an excellent job at that. I know from many years of that. Thank you, John. So, next, Patrick Kirby, looking towards 2021, what are your plans for applications for large-scale project proposals, either new or resubmitted, that you would like to share?
So this is the first time in my experience at the Brownfield Center that I could answer as part of my presentation with just 5 words and be done. But everybody on the call knows that that's not what I'm going to do. But we are reapplying to submit. But I guess I would just talk to you just real quick about that. With our plans to resubmit, the reality is if we talked about rejection for a second, in this case, when you're notified that you are not awarded, the agency does it nicely, but this is not a situation where they say, it's not you, it's me. They say, we did have to choose other people, but it really is you. And so when you hear that, instead of being upset, what you should ask is, well, could you tell me? Can I get a debrief? That one word, debrief. Let me know how I could improve myself. Because maybe I'll ask you out again later, or I'll apply again later, right? So when you look at that, the second piece is being prepared for that next ask. Another thing that comes up a lot in this context is, when is the ARC power proposals going to be, or the opportunity going to be released, and when is it going to be due? The reality of the answer, it does not matter if you're planning to resubmit, because you should be preparing to resubmit. So go ahead and meet with the partners after you've requested that debrief. And then we have now discussed with all the partners that we have, and it turns out that the Brownfield Assistance Center at WVU, and that being WVU as the lead, may not be the best applicant in this context. So we're now working with our coalition of partners to figure out who will be the new applicant. It doesn't substantially change the program, but it does change the application. Mm-hmm. And then it also, in that decision, and in the intentionality, is you're trying to figure out, how do you get to commitment? How do you help your coalition partners, whoever that lead is, to commit the match, and get those letters out there? And one of the things in the debrief where we didn't necessarily perceive it this way was, we had gotten the overarching Mon-Forest towns, or they have their own coalition, and we'd gotten a letter from that. The interesting part about that is, one of the comments was that we didn't have enough public and community involvement. And so instead of saying, but we did, because see, we're not going to get it. So that doesn't help to say. What it does is go, maybe we need to go to all. I mean, it's good to have the broader group, so we have that commitment that the broader group is involved. And we don't necessarily need to get letters, but we need to find a better way to illustrate in the narrative how we do have that actual engagement in the community that we're going to be serving. So I would say, debrief, preparation, and then commit yourself moving forward. And we are committed to resubmitting a Downtown Appalachia application in the spring.
Good, good. Thank you. So Matt Ward, your turn. And I have a couple questions for you. One of the things is going to relate real briefly to, well, no, because brief, you don't have to be brief. We've all worked on opportunity.
Have I ever been brief?
We're none of us are brief. We're all talkers. None of us are brief. So we've all worked on Opportunity Appalachia together. And as we look at 2021, is that still going to factor into preference for grant applications? And what other changes from your role do you see coming down the pike for 2021 that folks need to factor in and kind of allow for as they develop their projects and applications?
Well, I think that the Opportunity Appalachia project that the hub ran in partnership with Appalachian Community Capital, and many of us were involved with, is a model of how to help communities be successful in developing and shaping projects. So that Opportunity Appalachia is still a work in progress. You know, many of the projects are still underway, but the joining together of lots of different experts and coaches and access to partners that happened under that, I think, is exactly the way we ought to be operating, whether we're putting together a brownfield project or an ARC project or a transportation project, because it's that kind of collaboration, expertly coached by people like you, Monica and Stephanie and Patrick and many others who are on the phone, I think is a model project. What I would say is that if folks want to be successful with ARC power funding and other federal funds that are going to be coming, you ought to try to figure out how your project and your partnership and your vision may fit in with emerging priorities of the incoming administration and incoming Congress. I mean, we've looked at EDA, for instance. We've had EDA grants that have focused on auto communities when the auto sector was going down. We've had EDA projects focus on sustainable and climate issues in an earlier administration. We've had EDA focus on assistance to coal communities. It's all kind of the same grants, those EDA grants, but there's a flavor of the month or a flavor of the year, and there's going to be new flavors and preferences and priorities in the coming year. I imagine, including for the Appalachian Regional Commission and the power grants as well. So I think everybody needs to be ready to observe and understand and fit into the priorities that emerge from ARC and from the leadership of the Biden administration for Appalachian economic diversification and progress. I mean, the questions we're asking ourselves, how do we compete in a post-COVID world? How are we going to be looking at the role of healthcare workers and other essential workers in our economy? How do we look at broadband and telemedicine and teleeducation as an important cornerstone of the post-COVID economy? We need to be looking at how we fit into a clean energy economy that addresses the climate challenge. We need to be looking at there's going to be big infrastructure legislation packages, I believe, coming in 2021. And so how do you fit in to those endeavors? We do know that President-elect Biden has said that he's going to set up a White House level task force on coal impacted communities, both coal mining communities, coal power plant communities where those power plants have closed. West Virginia is one of the few states where essentially the whole state is coal impacted for the most part. And how are we going to fit into to these emerging priorities and opportunities? How does your solution help fit that? And then second, I would urge folks to think about how your project can be shown to the Appalachian Regional Commission that you have put together a project and the ARC funding is just one piece of the puzzle to be able to succeed and not the reason that's going to save you. I sometimes have communities that say, if ARC just gave me $1 million, we could cook something up. And that's not the way it's going to work. A grant falling out of the heavens from ARC is not going to create a project. It's not going to drive a project or ensure its success. You have to do the due diligence up front to position the project before you ever put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard on an ARC grant application. Creating the vision, forming a real and specific action plan, forming your partnerships, doing your preliminary studies, getting the backing of key institutions, getting the state behind you is critical. You need to build support with your political representatives. I don't know whether Senator Bob Plymel and Charlie Denny, who I worked with on Thundercloud, want me to say this, but a few months before we put together that ARC application, we had a lot of homework to do. We were not ready to apply. I will credit Bob Plymel and Charlie Denny and Mayor Steve Williams of Huntington for pulling out the stops and really doing hard work to figure out the key questions that we knew were going to prevent us from winning that ARC grant. We got it together, and obviously they won a big $2.3 million grant. And so this is what you need to do this winter, not in the spring when the ARC grants are due. So I would just make those couple of points.
Great, thank you. Ayla, I'm going to circle back to you. What kind of support do you need for your project?
Well, we had great support, and I think what Matt says is absolutely right. I did it by accident, but he's telling us how to do it intentionally. Had we not had a pilot project to start with, that proved that this ARC project would work, it might have been just pie in the sky, out of the blue. But what we did, Greater Canal Valley Foundation and Todd Dorcas were partners from the beginning on the Nurse Entrepreneur Project. My partner, Lori Marino, who was was our Breakthrough Nurse Leader awardee from Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, became my buddy to actually get that project rolling. And she has been key to it being successful as well. And then, in addition to that, having Tracy Rowan and Kim, as I said earlier, but also Terrell Ellis from Advantage Valley, we didn't have any connection with someone who had ever gotten a POWER grant. And so I called Terrell, and she sat down with us and was just so generous in helping us to understand the difference in applying for a federal grant versus the grants we've gotten from foundations. So I think those partnerships, and also having the diversity of people who have had different experiences with those grants, has been paramount. And that's what we'll continue to do in this next round.
Great. And I know from speaking with you in other conversations, you had to look at how you framed this project from a health project to an economic development project.
Right. That was probably the biggest learning experience I had going into the showing this project to Canal Valley Foundation, because Todd Dorcas is the program manager for economic development. So we began to see ourselves outside of the health realm and looking at economic development. As it turns out, I've been an entrepreneur since 1978. I've had my business helping people get rid of stress and doing workshops and so on in industry and so on. So I knew as a nurse, I was a good entrepreneur. And what we came to realize is, the law changed in 2016 in West Virginia. We're one of 23 states that actually allows our nurse practitioners to operate independently as their own businesses. And so that is the fastest growing area of nursing. We actually have 4 more advanced practice nursing programs opening in West Virginia. And those nurses are all fabulous in terms of being business owners. They just don't know it. Nurses have been running their organizations, they've been running their units in hospitals for eons, but they don't see themselves as private entrepreneurial business owners. And that was the bridge that we could provide. And that's what we began to realize is it's the economic development piece of nursing that was most important for these projects and for this funding, rather than the healthcare part, which is also true, but that wasn't the focus we needed. We needed to focus on economic development.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, speaking of economic development, Matt, I'm going to circle back to you. Well, no, think about it. I may ask each of you. Matt, I'm going to go back to you first, but if time allows, I'm going to ask each of you this question. But what is the one new idea that you see as high potential for economic diversification in West Virginia that you are looking towards in 2021? Matt, we'll start with you.
Sure, Monica. First of all, I'd say it's a trick question because there's not any one idea, because everybody has unique strengths and assets and opportunities that may be different between, Huntington, West Virginia and Charlestown, West Virginia. So, but if you had to pick one, what I would say is the clean energy economy. The economy that will build low emission and autonomous vehicles, the economy that will build and install solar panels and wind turbines and battery storage technologies, the one that will make buildings and homes energy efficient, the economy that will rebuild the electric grid and create smart cities. Now, that might sound counterintuitive for the state with the King Coal Highway and a major and growing natural gas and petrochemical sector, where I do work as well. The ARC Power Grant that I wrote for West Virginia University was about downstream manufacturing coming from the shale sector. But West Virginia needs to be, I would suggest, an all of the above state when it comes to the energy sector, and not turn our backs on the trillions of dollars of public and private sector funding that is going to be put into the clean energy economy in coming days and coming years. There are jobs in that clean energy sector. There's monies in that clean energy economy. There's opportunities to transform dead factories and empty mine lands and brownfields into hubs of economic activity for our communities in West Virginia. So I would say we can keep on riding on the King Coal Highway, but maybe it should be in a zero emission vehicle, charged by the sun and wind, made with parts and technologies crafted right here in West Virginia and in Appalachia.
Great, thank you. Okay, how about John? Would you like to answer that question, and then we'll see how much time we have left.
Okay, thank you. Sure. And our Southern West Virginia in general, especially our region, is heavily laden with tourism. And that is the opportunity we see in the future as far as the ancillary or support or supply chain type businesses for tourism. The rock climbers, the kayakers, the fishermen, whatever. Within our region, we cover anywhere from riding the river to skiing the slopes to whatever. It's all over the place. Plus, that lends itself. Some of it does as far as tourism type activities is working from home. If you're recruiting or that type thing, or working for a company to pull people in. And there's, Jenna Belcher was on here earlier. We've been trying to work together a good bit on project for a remote workspace type project, where we have some old buildings and things in some of our towns. Connectivity is not there yet out in the Booger Woods, so people could come and live here and then work in one of the spaces that are provided for them on the internet. So that's one area we see as potential for Southern West Virginia. Well, West Virginia in general, West Virginia's got tourism wherever you go. But especially in our region, it's one of the best opportunities we have is trying to do the support businesses and support manufacturing of things for tourism.
Great, thank you. Patrick, would you like to give that question a whirl?
I would build off of what John said in terms of the outdoor recreation economic opportunities that we have, but I would put a little bit of a spin on it and say that the gap that we've seen that I think is a great opportunity is to actually go back to Main Street. I mean, we've watched it happen over the decades where we left Main Street, we've come back. It's kind of, we now have a Saturday to buy local after Black Friday. So there are different things that we recognize the need to support Main Streets, but the gap with the outdoors space is that having the places to go, and then once we get them there, they enjoy themselves and they want to stay. Where are they going to set up shop? So I think that if you talk to some of the folks that are the leaders on understanding outdoor recreation, would say that there are some challenges within our communities, and so supporting the build back, the maintaining and supporting the Main Street stuff that is there, but then also encouraging the new jobs and the development of our historic downtowns would be key.
Well, you get a gold star from me for that. So Ayla, how about, thank you, Patrick. How about you? What do you think that there is one new idea that's really high potential for economic diversification?
Well, the Center for Economic I'm thinking, the Center on Budget and Policy said that the fastest growing segment of West Virginia GDP is healthcare. The biggest shift that's happening, though, is healthcare is going more and more to the home, to the community, and the community. We've got the small hospitals closing, and we don't have the resources in those communities. We got a call from Wyoming County, for example. They had no after-hours services. People had to travel 2 hours or more to another county to even get any emergency care. So I think this is a big shift that's happening in terms of healthcare, and the GDP in terms of healthcare. If you go stay with economic development, these nurses who are developing those businesses are coming, they grew up in those communities and they want to have their businesses in those communities. And so I think that's going to be a growing area of GDP in West Virginia, and the economic development is enormous there.
Great, thank you. Well, you all have been just a fabulous, fabulous panel. Those really, really good information. So just kind of to try to wrap up some of the things that we heard in the panel, be open to other options. If you go to ARC, you may end up with EDA. You may need to consider switching gears. Find partners who manage grants so you can do the implementation, like with the regional planning and development councils. Factor that in. Take advice. Be really intentional about your connections. And those, unfortunately, we aren't having those hallway conversations, but those hallway conversations like Ayla benefited from last year. Develop and define good projects and good applications. Those really are two separate things, good projects and good applications. And then some of the other things we heard, metrics are important. Healthcare's in the future, energy's in the future, remote workers, outdoor recreation, and Main Street. And then from the words of Mary Hunt, one of our foremost leaders, start now and do it. So for that, I will thank you all for your great information. And I believe we'll be joined again here in just a moment by Stephanie, and we'll wrap up the day. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was such a great panel. I can't wait to see and hear more about the projects that are going to come forward this coming year. And thank you, Monica, for moderating that panel. So Monica and I are going to move into the closeout for the event today. Thanks to everyone who's still on the line with us. As a final reminder, please remember that the hub is here. The hub is here to support you in your current power project in any way we can. We have 3 coaches as part of our project here that provide support to current power grantees. So if you're running into a struggle with your project, you want to think about the sustainability plan a little bit and have someone to test around new ideas with. Or if you have a problem and you want to kind of play out the conversation that you need to have with your program officer before you call them, that's what we're here to help you do. And I can tell you that they provide a great support to many projects. If you're thinking about putting together a proposal, particularly if you haven't submitted one before, the hub is available to help you with the conceptualization and the strategy development for the project. We're really prioritizing that this year. We want to get more projects funded in West Virginia in 2021. So we're putting resources into supporting proposal development. We won't be your grant writer, but we'll help you put together a strong project. So reach out to us if you want some support, and reach out to me in particular. I'd love to hear from you. If you submitted questions during the event today through the chat, we'll do our best to follow up with you with direct answers. Just have patience with us in light of the holiday season approaching. So just as a final comment, I want to take a moment to thank the incredible team that put together this event. We normally have this event in person and it's a fun kind of dynamic event. And we wanted to try out something totally new as our COVID adaptation. And so we put together this sort of mix of live and recorded content. As I said earlier, Monica has been part of that team and we couldn't have done this event without her support. She wrangled 27 speakers, I believe, was the final count, maybe 28. And she served as a real thought partner to us as we built the event concept and plan. Thank you so much, Monica. Our technical team, JJN Multimedia, is the magic behind the camera today. They took a big idea and made it into reality for us. Hey, JD, you're remarkable. I cannot thank you enough, or your team. And I can't recommend their work highly enough. If you want to make some incredible videos, some incredible video production, they're the ones that you should be contacting. And they're based out of Pineville, West Virginia, deep in the Southern coal fields. Great team to work with. Finally, of course, I have to thank my team at the Hub, and especially I want to give out a shout out to Erin Sussman. She has held about a dozen different roles to make this event work. And she has been the man behind the curtain today, woman behind the curtain today for us, moving people in and out and making everything run incredibly smoothly. And Emma Pepper and Cynthia McComas have been a critical part of the team to help make this work. So that's it for today. Thank you all for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful holiday and end of your year, and we'll see you in 2021. Bye.